My files are too powerful.
Also, I just got a
Yep.
potentially big emergency work email, so I'm gonna take 2 minutes and just look and see if this is actually a huge crisis or if it's something fine for later.
All right. Well, I can't paste the videos. They're too big, so you only get pictures.
I hate that Doomer reminded me that I needed to check into work.
Okay. It has fixed itself, I think. Ooh, cat.
Pop out. Now, the real question is, does my pop out still just work? Why is there no call? Oh, it's me instead of Colin. This is the only problem.
Huh?
Learning how to alt drag sources is probably the biggest and best streamer tech that I've ever learned in my life. Makes life so good. Nice.
Is cat.
DC movies are back in
On a scale of 1 to cat, that cat reaches cat.
Yeah. Anna really likes them. It was mainly for Anna to help with her anxiety, and she really wanted a pet.
Mm-hmm. Pets are great.
Highly supportive of cat.
Oh, by the way, his name is Blue.
Blue.
Blue?
Just in case people were
How,
wondering.
how do you spell that?
Like the color.
Okay. Listen, there's a
Yeah.
lot of different ways to spell blue.
Yeah.
I would immediately think BLOO.
Well, it's because it's a Russian blue cat hybrid mixed with something else. We don't know, but the name was already Blue, and we didn't want to change it.
Fair, fair. My boy Blue.
I think that's the name of my companion in the Candlekeep campaign that we haven't played yet.
I think so.
Is Blue.
You should just drop the E to be different.
Mine does drop the E.
Bleh. Have you tried dropping the B to be different?
Blue.
This is my companion, Lou Ferrigno.
His spirit animal is Ferrero Rocher.
Also, clicking into Hassan's chat without having whatchamacallit, Better Twitch TV is like so surreal. It's just
I
like
bet.
walls of text and none of the words mean anything.
Okay, I need to take probably 3 minutes and fix something, but then I will be good after this.
Sounds good.
Nice. I
Try
need
it.
liquids.
Liquid.
Like ASAP. BRB. Time for liquids.
Team liquid.
You know, people in Texas are going to be allowed to carry guns anywhere they go with 0 training coming up soon. Gonna be great.
I thought that was already allowed.
Well, now that it used to just be shotgun, but now you can do it with pistols too.
Hmm.
That's one thing that just like, so like putting entirely aside the question of should you need training to carry a gun, it seems very odd that someone would say, well, clearly shotguns are fine, but other things are not.
Apparently, like 20 states have the same law, and it's specifically for carrying like a shotgun in your truck.
I can kind of see it due to the range of its lethality is severely limited to other things, and I think that's all I got. You usually don't have snub nose ones either, so it's like you're not gonna be too inaccurate with it. I guess that's kind of reaching. I think it's more just to do with if you're using buckshot and stuff like that, you're not going to be able to accidentally kill somebody 300 meters away. I'm not justifying that it's a thing that needs to happen. I just think that's flawed reasoning behind it. What I can't understand is how the law is instantiated as it currently is, and then they say, you know what, this needs less protection on? All the other guns.
Also great because you can basically fix up like the equivalent of like the P10 Roni and have it still be like classified as a pistol.
Just a pistol with a longer chamber around it.
And you gotta be real careful about what you put on it, but there's a specific configuration you can do where you basically just have like an AR-15, but it's technically a pistol.
I've hacked the system.
I learned this from Parker and then looked it up, but like in Tarkov, you know the VPO line of guns? There's no rifling inside of them. And Russia classifies any gun with no rifling as a shotgun. So all the VPOs are shotguns.
That's
crazy.
That's real good.
I see. I'm gonna push X to doubt on that one.
I looked it up. Like that's a thing.
No, I'm pushing X to doubt that should be a good reason for classifying things as shotguns.
Fair.
I go to a Russian official and I say, gun. He goes, yes. I go, rifle? No. Rifle? No. Shotgun. No. No.
Oh shit, it's a goat.
Your shotgun, it's
goat.
shooting slugs.
Welcome. We're getting ready to play some Pathfinder.
Okay. I have finished up the work thing.
Highly
I am all good to go now.
exciting thing.
Robert, do you have a camera?
I do.
Okay.
I've been waiting to reach a sense of coherentness after workout.
Fair.
Also, I think a couple people weren't here at the time when I mentioned this, but I am not going to have camera on for this particular session. I'm currently sick and constantly muting to like cough and sneeze and such, and I just don't want to be on camera for this.
It's okay. That's why you have objectively the best Discord icon out of any of us.
Yep.
I had someone reach out on a server that I'm on just today of like, where'd you find that icon? It's adorable and I need it.
And you refuse to give it to him.
I'm personally a big fan of my own, but I'm also biased because I played that character.
It's very good.
There was something about Colin. I think I just the other day like actually clicked into Colin's Discord icon. Like I've always thought that it was something that had like horns. Like it was like a tall red furry man, but it had like deer antlers coming off of it or something.
Oh, or like a moose antler.
It's one of those icons that just like when seen smaller, it doesn't just look like a smaller version of it. It looks like something entirely unrelated.
Yep, exactly.
And it's like the two teacups look like eyes to me on the tiny version.
Yeah, I can
Wait,
see
those are
that.
teacups? I thought he was holding glasses.
No, it's
Those are my
it's
glasses.
it's a bugbear, I think. Yeah, bugbear.
Mhm.
And he's just like carrying a tray with 2 steaming cups of tea on it, and he's like bringing it out to give to people.
Ah, I see. Oh, I just realized I haven't even gone live. Oh boy.
Okay. Are we ready to get rolling?
Shit.
Also, that is adorable cat.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
I am ready to get rolling.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's
Keep
Huh?
rolling.
It has been some time since our last session, a full month ago.
Yeah.
Can we team effort here? Can we piece together some things as to what
Yeah.
happened and what your goals were?
Yeah. 3 weeks from now, my class re-releases, but officially.
Yes, that is indeed one of the goals.
I know that we led an assault on the bandit camp that we knew contained the it was the headquarters for the bandits that had attacked Oleg's place.
Yep.
And they were led
Um,
by a tiefling by the name of person that's in our notes somewhere.
Cressel.
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 Yeah.
Yes. And Cressel and their bandits were handily dispatched. No one came anywhere close to dying. Nope, not even a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And we afterwards interrogated some of the prisoners and found out that there's a very flamboyant um,
He's my favorite.
swashbuckler who decided to kind of give us the lowdown on what's going on, and then we released a bunch of the regular bandits.
Or at least 2 of them back into the wild.
Yeah. And then we were deciding what to do next, and we are like, oh, hey, we kind of have some information about where the Stag Lord lives. And they were like, yeah, but there's no way we can find him yet, so we need to go find some more resources, experience, gold, and loot first.
We
And-
specifically learned that there's an ugly guy who runs the bandit area from the south of the Thorn and west, and there's a short guy who runs the area east of the Shrike and south. And then there's Cressel who rules in between the Thorn and the Shrike to the north.
And I think the guy to the east has ties with the person that Fives is hunting.
Yes.
I think
Yes.
that's right.
He was described as someone short, either a halfling or a gnome, and some sort of witch who was trained by Dovin, allegedly.
All right, Dovin the Blood Magic User.
Dolven.
Operation Red Mist or Investigation Red Mist.
You also have a party token. If you would like to submit a different party token, you are free to, and I can swap it
Oh,
out.
cute.
But for now, it is some tents by the water.
Is that what that is?
Cute.
Yes,
Wait,
I will.
can you make that big?
Oh wait,
Yeah.
I can't see anything.
Oops.
You need to
top
zoom
right?
out and zoom around, my friend.
Oh, I see. It's like an
Oh
elven
my
tent
god.
next to some sheep.
We are over here.
Yeah. That centered it for me. I didn't know you could center it for me.
Yep.
Thank you.
Interesting.
And I will reveal on this map. Ta-da! That bridge there is the Thorn River Ford. It's partially covered by the party token right now. Also, all of you should have control of it. Tell me if you don't.
I do.
Ah, yes.
I do.
Its name is the Day. Farest is Pathfinder equivalent of March. So you had a day of walking to get here after the morning, so the whole battle was in the evening. So it is at the end of the day of the 6th of the month.
So if I recall correctly, didn't we release 3 people back to the north? It was the 2 non-combatants, and then the one hunter.
Yeah.
Quickly scanning my note, there were 4 people left alive: the swashbuckler and 3 bandits.
Yeah.
The 3 bandits were all told that they'd just be let go if they leave crime. I do not specifically know what your plan was for the swashbuckler.
We didn't
We
come up with
decided
one yet
had-
because we were deciding where to go next.
Yeah, I
That's
think
probably why I didn't write it down.
I think we were like somewhat in the like throes of kind of still interrogating the swashbuckler maybe, and then we were I was planning on taking these 3 off into the woods with 5s too.
I also remember that we got some jewelry that was worth some money, and I think we were talking about things we could buy with it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We do indeed have some loot that we can
I'll-
go through.
I'll just kind of like throw out my general thought right now, which is that like Wave considers this swashbuckler the kind of only dangerous man in this group. Like he seems like
Did you see him
someone-
fight?
Uh, not
Or
not
so
from
do you
a
remember
fighting
him fighting?
perspective, more from a verbal eloquence standpoint.
Yeah.
Like he seems like the kind of person to go running over to the stag lord and be like, "Guess what I found," or something equivalent to that, or like maybe not the stag lord, but
This is
one
very
of our
fair.
enemies. I don't know what to do with that information, but that's kind of my thought right now.
Okay, I had like a thought of my own that I wanted to bring up to the group, and this might help colorize that one a little bit. And the only other tidbit is that at the very end of the session, Dooms kind of gave the rundown of we know that we have like that spark of something in our characters, and so we just inherently know that we have to go throw ourselves through trials to get stronger in order to accomplish that
Yeah.
like counter. But the other thing is that I think in the interest of like maybe perhaps saving off some of the drama from unfolding and make sure that we're a coherent group is that we should probably determine like what our party's general role is going to be as far as like dispersing of the things left alive or our general cadence around mercy and stuff like that. Because I get a feeling like some of these parties members are leaning drastically different directions. We're going to keep butting our heads throughout the campaign if we don't address it.
Mhm.
Good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I am completely fine with killing in combat scenarios. I actually kind of just recently had this solidified thanks to that war crimes post that was on the D&D subreddit, but I think that legitimate I was reading through it and I was like, man, that actually makes so much sense for like the way that a lot of my characters think is like once you take a prisoner, you don't kill that prisoner. So that's kind of like where I stand. Like I'm not going to execute someone that we've left alive intentionally for the most part. And I'm okay if it happens. Like if it happens, it happens. That's kind of my current view on it. But
I think to give some context for Wave, I would say that like basically his only conviction that I'm unwilling to budge on is that slavery is worse than death, which implies that like death is an option to avoid that situation. And so like it's not that like I'm in I think a mix of like having an internal like moral compass leaning towards a good-hearted character put into some shitty circumstances where he kind of has to do whatever it takes to move forward means that I kind of float in between both camps of like not really sure if that I would kill a prisoner or under what circumstances I would kill a prisoner after a fight, but I certainly wouldn't keep them around like locked up or something like that.
I honestly think that's probably the most dramatic piece that exists amongst the party. I view that as like one of the hardest lines because you're basically saying we can never have a prisoner without dealing with drama. And I think like not leaving somebody alive has a very large chance of incurring a prisoner debt in some facet or another. Like, what does prisoner mean to you? We chain him, take him back to the encampment, and then we send him back to the city for them to be meting out their laws. Like,
Just so we can go through everybody's stance. 5 stance is the one that you would have if you were, I guess, like he's an investigator. He's part of the police force. So if you are in combat and that person is actively trying to kill you, then he has no problem with, killing somebody first like that. But if they're in combat and the person actively surrenders, then he is not going to kill that person. And he is going to make, every attempt that he can possibly do to, capture him as a prisoner, and therefore, give him the opportunity to rehabilitate himself via, being free, changing his lifestyle. If he comes back and, goes and tells a big bad lord or something like that, then that is just something that we'll deal with in the future. We can't, you can't try somebody for something they haven't done yet. That would be his stance.
Kalat is very much rebel with a cause, and that cause is like staying alive. He views leaving loose ends as a very good way to get yourself killed. I do plan on his character growth being like he gets out of that, especially as he takes on a more diplomatic like attention span. He's gonna see like actual arrangement for it. He definitely can't see that in front of his face right now. Like he doesn't necessarily view leaving um this like noble swashbuckler type dude alive as a good thing, but he can't rationale why he should kill him. But he definitely does feel super uncomfortable about the idea of like letting those 3 walk through the woods. It's very much like you can't leave the Arcanomancers alive that are chasing you, sort of thing, or they'll just hunt you down and kill you with a bigger pack. So his only one like problem stance will be if we run into, his previous captives. He's not going to want to leave any of them alive to go report back to whoever. But other than that, he can definitely be reasoned around with it. I definitely like Ryan's idea of like the whole war crime thing. We're very technically sent by a noble state, quote unquote. And so it would behoove us to establish some way to dispense justice, whether that's ferrying them off to a place that does that or establishing some kind of justice center of our own. Whether that be convergence or converting them to our cause or whatever. I just don't know how we would go about necessarily playing out the details of, convincing these bandits that were just trying to kill us and take our money into people who would build a city, sort of thing.
I do wonder.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna ask for like from Wave's perspective, if we were to do something like if it wasn't worded like an ultimatum, right? Where it was like you Wave kind of like sees things in like slavery versus death, right? But if we were to ask someone like, do you want to come like willingly, willfully work for us? Or be subject to the laws, which is inevitably death? Like, would he see that as like a coercion into slavery thing, or?
So I don't think like nuance and stuff like that is necessarily going to be like a strong suit here. So I think what you're saying would work out because it's not that like the word slavery is the problem, right? It's the like literal act. And
Yeah.
right. And so like if you think of someone who's not really been a part of like standard human society, then they're going to, like he's not a big fan of like labor and work in general just from his experiences in the city so far, but not necessarily like going to be opposed to that in any regard. I also don't think that's like it's necessarily that like taking a prisoner for a certain amount of time is going to necessarily be a problem. But there's a difference between like
Making them go work in the mines versus
yeah, or even just like if he was part of like if he was a prisoner in our camp and having him like go fetch food for us or like menial labor tasks if we had him under our and it also depends on like what's our plan. Is our plan to drag this swashbuckler around throughout our adventuring from now on until we decide until we establish a a community jail or something like that, like versus like yeah, tie him up and send him back to Oleg to be dispensed justice. Like I don't even think necessarily he would ever propose that as a solution, because I mean I don't really have any particular reason to believe in whatever justice system we just came from. But I mean I wouldn't fight you if that was the
Oh.
goal or the end
Yeah.
result of the situation.
I think I was drawing on like something you said in the first session, which was like you had, I don't recall the specifics, but you had like your way was extremely against even the idea of working for a living wage.
Yeah.
And like didn't, and like also wanted to establish that on the community around him, sort of thing, was the
It's
presence
not
I got.
it's less of that and more of just like as far as like working for a living wage thing is more of a personal take than a
Oh, okay.
than a
He wouldn't want to work for a living wage. Like
right.
he wouldn't.
He
He
wouldn't work
worked
in the
in the
mines.
city. Yeah.
He wouldn't work
He
in the
worked in
mines
the
even
city
if
for a
was-
while and it didn't work out, right?
But
Like
he
it was
doesn't care
clearly
if like random other villager from some other town works in the mines to make his own living.
yeah, I think there's definitely there's some like points at where it's like okay, feudalism is very close to the concept of slavery, right? Where it's like kind of these blurred lines that we might have to interact with as we get there, but I think there's a world where it works out.
There's eventually a line that you can cross where it's like we're now taking advantage of slave labor by because we just have a jail full of prisoners. Why don't we just put them all to work while they're here? And then
Yeah.
eventually you cross that line, and that's a conversation to have. But if it was like a situation, like a hypothetical here, where we're like, okay, we can't really let you go, guy, but like, how about you come be a person who like is an informant for us or something? And like you come work for us instead would be a reasonable
fine.
outcome for Wave.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Speaking in that vein, here's a crazy, wild idea that he would totally be okay with.
Okay.
What if we tried to convert everybody and we started our own country?
I mean, that's
I mean, that
close
was
to,
kind of what
like-
I talked about last session too. Was like, hey, these bandits that we're sending off, like, at what point do we start saying, okay, hey, do you want to come join our group? And what does that look like, and how does that work? And
Yeah.
I think that that's definitely a thing, but might be a thing once the like core of our group is sturdy enough to withstand like 3 bandits
Yeah.
showing up.
I agree.
If we're like,
and then it's like,
hey,
little down
three,
the road.
hey, 3 bandits, why don't you come join our group? Go back to Oleg's training post. They go to Oleg's training post like, wait, it's just an old guy. Stab, stab.
yeah.
Thank
And then it's
you
like
for the sub.
it also like there's certain points that we can get to it quicker, but don't know if the party itself is willing to do something like that. Like we could be like a warlord style band where we just, if you're out of line you die sort of thing, and that we could rule by fear sort of thing in the beginning, and we might feel a little bit more comfortable with that in the beginning, but I don't know that this is a party necessarily that wants to do that.
Yeah.
I'm also just going to toss out one thing that's been a month and a half ago in real time.
Mhm.
When you first arrived at Oleg's, he thought you were guards sent to protect his place.
Right.
It's clear that he thinks people are coming, they're just not here yet.
Right.
But you would all expect that to be a very near future thing, that there will at least be enough guards so it won't just be an old man there.
Yeah.
Okay. I
I
kind of
figured-
interpreted that as a, hey, yeah, sure, we'll send you some help. There should be some guards or some shit coming. And then like we show up and like, you're the guard. I'm like, no, we're what was sent though. And he's like, oh.
It could very well be that he is wrong, but he clearly was expecting actual guard to arrive when you did.
okay.
I figured either that or like we would just end up hiring some people or something, or convincing
Uh,
some other.
Also, I have one real quick question for you, Robert. There was one word that I didn't quite hear the end of. Do you show no mercy to captives, as in someone that like you let go and then fought again, or captors, old technically people. I just didn't hear the end of that word when you first said it.
I missed the context of when I was saying it,
You were
unfortunately.
basically saying that there was like one sort of exemption, and it was you either said your
Oh.
previous captors or your previous captives.
yeah.
I just didn't know
Oh,
which.
yeah, my previous captors.
Okay.
Yeah, so if Arcanomancers like sent assassins against us and they were aligned with the Techno Guild or whatever, I forget the actual names of them, then I would feel the Tech League. I would feel extremely like unable to do anything other than eliminate them with extreme prejudice because the rebellion thing kind of led to that. I can't say that it wouldn't be something he could grow out of at some point. Maybe there's diplomatic relations, but anything sent by them personally, he would feel extremely kind of like hard lined into needing to have a dire way of controlling them or killing them. And killing them would be the easiest way to deal with that.
Yeah. I think that like that is pretty much in line with like how I feel in general, where it's kind of like if I go into a fight with a bunch of bandits, they're trying to kill me, I'm trying to kill them. If I just massacre a camp full of bandits, like they're all combatants, we're all here doing the same shit, like that's totally reasonable. Once we like subdue them and capture them, it becomes a real like sketchy vibe. But there's gonna be still exceptions where it's like, okay, these are the scum of the earth, like we actually have to kill this guy, like the Techno League or whatever, like we actually have to kill this guy, but we also have to get information out of him, so like I'll just
Yeah.
excuse myself from that situation. But
Also,
That's the same
Colada's
thing. Like if our captors are very clear and like as soon as we release them, they're just gonna go back out killing again, then that's okay. But if
Okay.
there is a chance, like okay, it looks like these guys may actually be okay if we let them go, but they could not be. I'm not saying that they won't, but if it's if it's not like 100% of a doubt, we let this guy go, just terrible things are gonna happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I think I can definitely get more in line with that. Oh, you were going to say something, Colin. Sorry.
I was just gonna say that I think that like from a party cohesion standpoint too, like I would see Kalat's old captors similarly to how Kalat sees them. Like
Yeah.
I've got to we got to take those. If those guys show up, we have to really take them out because that's protecting one of our own from like your situation kind of becomes our situation in that regard. Like definitely willing to bend some moral ground in certain circumstances.
And just to throw out one quick bit of context that is something that would be like just common knowledge in world, doesn't really matter what nation you come from. The Technic League are bad guys. They are
Okay.
they are
They are true
horrible
evil.
scum of the earth evil type. Like it's not a regional thing. It's not we dislike them and they dislike us. It's like those are the baddies. That is kind of
see.
something that is
Just
known in
dicks.
just about every civilized area.
That makes it
From a
easier.
KOS. Yeah, it does. Okay, so yeah, but this helps because, for example, I think Colette would definitely have a sense of paranoia about leaving, though, like letting those bandits go, and he would rationalize that as they're loose ends and they're going to surmount the resistance and come back and kill us, sort of thing. But I can definitely see, like, at least for terms of cohesion, like being a little bit more pacified with the sense of like if they're subdued, we can give them a chance, sort of thing, and we can let those things play out as they
Agreed.
would. Definitely wouldn't be like a. Oh yeah.
I think after this conversation, I'm more willing to just like let random people go if they're like willing to kind of work with us on stuff. And hey, if it comes to be that these like level 1 bandits show up and try and fight us again when we're level 3 or something, and we beat them up again, like that.
They're not
lesson
getting
happens
subdued twice.
Right. One, that's true. And two, if it happens too many times, like we're gonna learn our lessons and change our ways.
Yeah.
But for now, I think that's a pretty reasonable approach.
Also, just
to the
like
situation.
hanging, like executions are just like so tiring.
They're a lot of work.
We were doing it in the at Oleg's where we were like, all right, let's work up like 4 nooses now, and I'm just like, man, this is like that's gonna be a lot of really gruesome work. I don't know how I feel.
So I guess the opposite side of that coin. When we're in battle and we're actively fighting people, we're all good for killing people in the terms of battle, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And I don't
Outside
know
of like,
how
hey,
many
we're here to subdue these
circumstances-
guys.
Yeah,
Well, so,
exactly.
yeah, basically making sure that nobody's like saying, "Hey, we need to go non-lethal on every person," which I
Yeah.
don't think has been the case so far. But just verifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely lethal in combat and
I
around
mean, that
combat.
splash damage is deadly.
One.
Precisely as deadly as the direct hit damage.
Yes.
One.
Don't worry. Eventually, I'm gonna
Guys, have
start
you-
like adding my strength modifier to the damage of the blast hitting them in the face. So.
Hey guys, does anybody else have this one that keeps flashing above their head like every 6 seconds or so? Like, it's really agitating.
For now in this situation, now that we kind of got that out of the way, how are we feeling
Yeah.
about Mr. Swashbuckler?
Well, for one, am feeling a lot more comfortable about letting the bandits go. So
Nice.
get past that point.
Oh, what was the swashbuckler's name? I forget.
I have it. It's hold on. I have it.
Hold on, I have it
Crabris
as a great
Cirlo.
name.
Say again?
Craberus Cirlo.
Rebus Cirlo.
Yeah.
Rebus Cierlo.
I will type it down just as a note.
It's right there. I see it. Yeah.
I don't know where it is.
You did it at the end of last session.
Oh, I see it.
Oh, yeah,
Indeed.
so you did.
But
All right.
with all the talking that you've already done with him, his general tone seems like relaxed. He clearly does, at the very least, the face he's putting on, he doesn't seem like he's worried about dying here. He feels like he's kind of made a deal and he's gonna be okay. That's his general demeanor.
Ah, bravado. I get it. Let's scare him. You're gonna die now. I'm sorry.
Also, as a
This
side
on
note,
the
if we
bridge.
do end up killing people like this, I will most likely not be around when it happens.
Can't speak. Oh, I have to like hit
Guys,
control.
I think I heard a rare bird off in this forest over here by about 100 feet. Be right back.
But yeah, in this scenario, like my current plan was like
Yeah,
I
was
kind
walking
of
a prisoner
I was kind
straight
of
there.
assuming that this swashbuckler was not gonna make it out of this situation alive, and I had seen Fives make some kind of comments about it back in Oleg's about like kind of being also a little bit iffy about just like killing people randomly or quote unquote randomly. So my intention is like kind of once Fives finishes his questioning, because I think he had a couple questions that he was asking, kind of pulling him aside and having him help me go do the thing with the other
Well,
prisoners.
now that we've had this conversation, I was pretty on board with your guys' idea to kind of like
kind of try
talk to this guy and be like, well, hey, I mean, if you're gonna stick around, you want to be useful to us too, kind of situation. I was just like, hey, if we see you again, we could pay for some information or work together in the future or something along those lines. The tough part is that I don't think Wave is going to specifically suggest that. So.
Yeah. So I think we can maybe try and recap what we think our objectives should be, at least in the beginning of the session. So kind of how I'm currently seeing it is it'd be really awfully convenient if guards were to arrive at that outpost, because I think that gives us something to at least fall back on. But I do think we need to make a visit to the outpost to both spend our gold and maybe get some starting supplies, and then start, doing the exploration thing.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, we can take these, maybe not even send the bandits off. Maybe we can revise, what we want to do with those bandits as well, depending on if that guard's there.
Can we take them back? Can we just take them all back to the outpost and then find out if the guards are there or not, and then decide what we do from there?
Yep. If they're not there, maybe we release them and kind of give stipulations or offer them if they want to stick around. But we would have to have guards before we trust them, sort of thing. I don't think we could rationalize. Yeah, we were just kind of murdering each other, and you guys have made a living off of murdering people and stealing their stuff. So, we're gonna walk away now and leave you with this defenseless old man and his wife.
Well, yeah, and like we had kind of given them the like, hey, go back to the town we came from and get a job there, and they're like, yeah, we'll do that. So we could go back to Oleg's and send them down the road, kind of thing.
Yeah.
That seems reasonable.
Guards probably won't be there, so we could just like yeet them along the road and be like, "See ya, nerds." Whereas I think Swashbuckler, I think Thurlow will probably stick around this side of the Rosslyn Road.
Mm-hmm. He's kind of been potentially compromised. What I don't know if one of you more charismatic, political leaning folks wants to have that conversation with our captive of like trying to see if he is down for like being an informant or whatever.
We could go that route. Who was questioning him last time?
I
It's
asked some
kind of a
questions.
group effort
Mm-hmm.
for the most
Mm.
part.
But it's also Fives is doing a lot of the questioning as
Mm-hmm.
well.
It has been a month. My memory will be
Yeah.
fading.
All right, Fives, if you want to finish up that investigation and try and coerce him or see what you can get out of him, we can work with that. Or I'm down to do it. My points just won't be as sufficient.
Okay.
Gonna have you
So
decommissioned.
we're the scene was that we're still at the bandit camp. He's tied up somewhere, right?
Yep.
I
You're
think I
at the
remember
camp
correctly.
around a now fading campfire. He is restrained, his weapons removed, along with the bandits. I know. Like we were talking about it when we ended the session for the other 3 bandits. I think your previous plan was just like, right now they're leaving, headed north.
We
But
were
if we want to retcon that little bit, that's totally fine.
yeah. So I
I think
was
we do.
I was originally wanting to walk them a little ways away, before I let them go. But Fives wanted to come back to make sure he got some questioning in because of Blood Guy.
Gotcha.
So we currently have them just like lined up at to the north of the camp.
Yeah. I
Okay.
think I got all the questions out, but I can go into seeing what he wants to do. All right. Cierlo. The way I see it, you have 2 options before you. What's going to happen is we are going to go back to Olag's trading camp, and we are going to see if there are some guards there. Now, your 3 friends, you don't really need to worry about them. What you need to worry about is what are you going to do now? Because you can either be useful to us in some way, maybe you get some information and you just happen to drop a whisper our way. Or I may have to take a walk and my friends, I don't know what they're going to do to you, but I guarantee you when I come back, I may not find you.
You seem the friendliest of the group. I'd much rather keep talking with you here.
Well, that's your first mistake. But I'm happy to be here. So, we're going to walk to Olag's post. What is that, like a 4-5 day journey wave?
Hexes are half a day?
So, like empty terrain, like roads or plains, are half a day. If you're moving through difficult terrain, forest or something else, it is a full day on foot.
Okay, so it'd be 2.5 days.
Okay. So you
It'd
have
be 1.5 day to clarify.
Oh.
Okay. So you have 1.5 days to decide how this is going to play out. And at the end of the 1.5 days, I want to hear either I'll be useful or you'll just have to tell me, what do you want me to tell your family?
I think I can just tell you now. I certainly will be able to be useful.
Wonderful.
You've seen but a
Alright.
dozen of my talents.
All right, I think we're done here.
I start counting the dimples in my chest. 1, 2, 3.
And Kalat like walks over. Oh, he scratched your armor there. That counts as 2.
Yep.
Oh, if I remember correctly, I took his sword, so I have it in my inventory. He's not getting that back.
That's fair. Highly reasonable. Well, all right. Everything's copacetic. Here's your sword back, buddy. And
We're gonna walk in
So we're
front of
cool,
you,
right?
about 3 feet away.
We're cool, right?
And he stabs you in the back.
Also,
Critical, 2
just
damage.
just so you know, this is my perception score. It's not very good. Well, cool. I think we've got a little posse, and we need to be heading back then, from the sounds of it.
He then asks, "What is it you're doing here?"
Is he asking to me?
Seems to be asking sort of everyone at large, but his attention is definitely most focused towards Fives.
Me? I'm here. I'm here in a search for justice. I'm here to search for Dovin. But while I'm also here, I'm here to explore the lands with my pals here, and also to destroy any evil we might find. They may have other plans, but that's why I'm here.
Sort of lean in behind Fives, and if you can't find a place that you belong, it's a lot easier to make one.
I'm with this one. Making one sounds pretty good.
You plan to be taking over his turf, then?
In a manner of speaking.
Is it just the 4 of you?
Well, I
Awfully
mean,
big land.
In a manner of speaking.
yeah. We start small. We'll figure out the details as we move along, I think.
He
I
gives
mean,
a nod to that.
The trick to becoming the strongest in the world is to first become the strongest in your block.
This is a giant tournament arc, actually. From beginning to end, it's us versus everyone here.
So, you've mentioned you're looking for me to be useful. What is it that I can do for you?
Well, you
I-
seem to have the gift of gab, the silver tongue, so they say.
Thank you.
I think that you could be useful by keeping our names out of other people's mouths.
I mean, but not in a murderous way, right? Eventually, we'd want to procure people.
I think for now, keeping a low profile is probably ideal.
Yeah, we'll contact you when we need you. Until then, just remember that you will owe us a favor.
If
Or
perhaps I could propose another solution. Owlbears are known to roam about these lands from time to time. And that one, he says with a sort of point from his bound hands towards Gerrit, has some gnarly claws. I doubt most of these inhabitants of these fine woods would be able to tell the difference. He glances around at the bodies around him. Perhaps with a few more added marks, you could cover up the injuries of your weapons. And upon returning to the camp, I discovered the attack. And of course went directly to report to the Stag Lord. Obviously, I will need my blade.
yeah, well, unfortunately, you tripped and dropped it in the river.
It
In the
will,
owlbear attack.
it will keep all of your names out of the mouths, so to speak.
Well, we may just have look. I'm not the one to kill people, but I'm not against cutting off tongues.
I think this is a fairly amicable solution. We could have a man on the inside. If
His blade didn't seem much useful anyway.
I pulled Gerrit aside and I'm like, look, I really want this sword.
we can,
That's thievery.
I
I
almost guarantee we can find you another sword.
Fine. I roll my eyes and turn back around. Alright, you can have the sword.
Wonderful. And of course, I'd look rather a fool if I showed up in ropes. And he just holds his bound arms forward.
I mean, we're going to be
Albers are
letting him.
too known to use them.
We're going to be de-roping him when he left anyway. So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I
Alright,
begin.
I would like
Go ahead,
I was
Tevin.
gonna say I would like to take his sword and do like that really quick slash where it's like you almost graze them but you just cut the ropes. Now, am I that skilled with a sword? I do not know.
You are talented individuals. A rope is a thick enough target to be able to slice
I'm-
at.
I'm getting
Isn't it
a
rapier?
vibe.
Didn't he use a rapier? It might be a little hard.
It's a rapier, but it's like one of the.
They do have,
Like bladed.
yeah.
It's got a blade on it. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
not its
yeah.
primary fighting mechanism.
All rapiers except for the like tournament play ones have like
Really?
Mm-hmm.
blades on the side too.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
I let me see. What do I have in here? No, I think we're chilling. I begin the dirty work of staging a couple of the bodies. I try to make sure that I don't miss any of them. I think that there's just these ones around the campfire.
And one of the first bowmen that I took out.
Yeah.
He's still up in the tree, I think, right?
Yeah. So I assist you with that stuff while they're dealing with the.
Yeah,
prisoner
you're well
others.
able to manage that over a bit.
Nice.
It is gruesome work, but it is doable.
It is gruesome, but also as a like somewhat medical professional, it's honestly better than just like doing this to a army of like sleeping soldiers or something.
Already corpse.
The post-death mutilation was actually a selling point where I was thinking about going into spirit barbarian, but one of their anathemas is that you can't like mess with the dead and you have to respect them, and I was like, nah, that ain't me.
At some point in the deliberations, I look over and it's like, "Hey, isn't mutilating bodies a war crime?"
It's really just surgery, but skipping the operating and the sewing back up stages.
Yeah.
You probably like look over as I'm like getting into one of them, and I just Gerrit kind of looks up and like pulls a cloth out and wipes off some of the kidney that he's holding, and like, you know, and then tosses it to the ground.
And meanwhile, I have Cressel's arm. I'm just like, I think you have to put some claw marks on this thing too.
I think there needs to be some chunks bitten off.
Yeah, maybe some of the innards go into the river.
Not quite my expertise today, at least.
It'll be a few days before anyone arrives. You'll have some help from the natives. And he gestures about to the forest.
Indeed.
There's indigenous people in this forest?
Cannibals.
They eat people?
One more thing, Thirlo, before you go. We're going to be moving around in these areas quite a bit in the upcoming time. We plan on doing a fair amount of our own research and scouting. But are there any locations of interest that you are particularly fond of? No giant golden pyramids in the forest, perhaps?
Giant golden pyramids. I believe we're fresh out. There's... I don't quite know what the importance is, but I know I've seen some of the... either this gang or another sneaking off to a little grove. It's perhaps 10 miles northeast of here. They were a tad intoxicated upon their return. It could be useful. Or fun.
Either way, good to know about. I begin packing up whatever it is that we have. Probably just like actually binding up some of the loose loot that we have, and getting ready to move on.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, I guess we're heading out.
All right. So you returned his sword to him, right? I think you said you were gonna do that.
Yeah, let me do that.
I already named it and everything.
I already created the little section on my stat sheet for the for the attacks. I was
Oh,
gonna
no.
finish.
Oh no.
Tragic.
We'll get you an even better sword, buddy.
All right, yeah, he's got it. I don't know where it went. I don't see it anymore. Not in my inventory.
I'll check the
I wonder if it's in the party inventory.
maybe. What was it? It was a.
It was just a
yeah. It's not in the party inventory. He's got it. He's good to go.
okay. Yeah, I think I just took it out of the party inventory and said I had it and added the stat.
He also says, "Well, now that I'm thinking of it, after he's free and has his sword back, were I to come across this owlbear attack, I would certainly try and retrieve at least some of the valuables to bring back, else they might be stolen before more of our men arrived. The story would sell much more if perhaps that jewelry box I'd just take back with me."
The Albers were still in the camp when you showed up.
Very well. And with that, he gives like a sly grin. But
Gotta
if no one
respect
else
the hustle.
if no one else tries to raise anything else, he will begin setting off to the southeast along the river.
Sounds good to me. May we never see him again.
I'm sure we won't. What's the
I'm
worst that could happen?
I'm sure we'll see him plenty of times. Brad didn't come up with that great accent for nothing.
That's a character you never see again.
I'm bolding his name as we speak in my note sheet. Bold, italicized, underline.
All right. So traveling wise, we've got our horses.
Mhm.
We'll need to like travel with these men on foot alongside our horses as we head back towards Oleg's.
Horses can carry 2 people, can't they?
Two people plus 2 people's worth of stuff
Oh,
plus
yeah,
the
yeah,
food
yeah,
and
yeah.
gear
We
you're
got a lot of
bringing
stiff.
is gonna slow them down enough where you're honestly better
Okay.
off just having some people walk.
Not a big fan of having them on the horses anyway, so that sounds fine to me. Don't quite
Uh,
trust them.
So, are you just going to be returning on the path you took?
I think so. I think
So can you remind us how exploration and stuff works in this? Is there like a mechanical system that we
Yeah.
can
So,
apply?
couple things. Traveling, like what you did to get here, is basically just nearest path going from one place to another. You're not looking around, you're not exploring, you're not learning more of the land than basically just like, it is forests here. If there is an ancient monastery 2 miles that way in the forest, you're unlikely to find it just by walking into it because you're just going from one side to the other. You can spend a full day to explore a hex, which is basically the just crisscrossing around it a bit, and that is both one, looking for anything of interest that you might find in it, like that ancient monastery hidden in the woods or whatever, or two, it also just kind of like looking at this from a future planning settlement standpoint. Exploration is where you go like, okay, there's fresh water here. Oh, that's actually particularly relevant for Wave. identifying sources of water, natural paths where roads would be built, realizing that like, hey, this whole section would be good for a farmland one day. It's that kind of thing. Very useful down the line.
Should we, and we should generally assume that just because there's nothing like visually on the hex initially doesn't mean that there isn't stuff there.
There is basically nothing visually on the hex anywhere outside of things that are so blatantly obvious that just like you could see it from 5 miles away. Like that is a mountain. You can clearly tell that there is a mountain in this hex.
Oh shit, we explored this hex and a mountain showed up. Whoa!
But yeah, like for instance, this little bridge here. This was not here until you found the ford, the natural crossing.
Cool.
Had you like, so you specifically had the instructions of like, it's along the river, so you just kind of hit the river and followed along that. If you didn't have that at all, and were just sort of blindly wandering around, if you explored this hex, you would have found that. But if you just like traveled from this hex to this hex to this hex, you might not have.
Okay.
Makes sense.
So do we want to book it straight back and then explore out, or do we want to explore on our way back?
We do have prisoners, which makes me feel like we should probably go back and then explore out.
Agreed. Also, Robert, you're muted.
Agreed.
Nice. So we could probably just either take the same path or just beeline it back. It's not too much of a difference lengthwise, I don't think. So probably just the same path.
Yeah, same path.
All right. So it is currently already evening, so you're probably going to be wanting to rest both yourselves and the horses before you set off on a meaningful journey.
Reach.
Though if you want to get some distance away, just so you're not at the camp, you are more than welcome to do so.
Yes, that.
Yeah.
Also, the party token has the date on it as well as the general time. I am going to pass the responsibility of updating that to the party at large. You all should be able to alter that.
Cool.
If you double click it, it should just pop up. There's a name section and you can alter it there.
Yeah. We got this.
Time loop.
Oh no.
Oh no. So you set up camp, establish watches, I assume, as
Mhm.
you have done previously, and your night passes without incident.
As,
Able to continue your travel.
as soon as my watch goes, and about 15 minutes into it, I raise the alarm. Everybody wake up. I found bandits, and I point to our prisoners.
Even
Question.
the bandits are annoyed.
that gets a hearty chuckle out of Gerrit, I'm not gonna lie.
At what point should we, what part of the day should we mark off things like rations and horse feed?
I think when you make camp, marking off what you've done like over the past day is probably the easiest solution.
Okay. So I think we probably need to -1 rations.
Seems reasonable. -1 rations, and horse feed was something we were keeping track of in the
Yeah, I've got
party
it.
inventory. Cool.
And as a note, so the horse feed, you had two options. You can basically travel fast and use your horse feed, or you can travel slow, which is at the pace of just a walking person, and graze the horses along the way. Since you are traveling with people and already slow, so long as you're okay with occasionally lingering a little forward or back, you are able to not spend horse feed since you're already traveling slow.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Another thing. So, Fives and I were keeping our days of rations inside of our party inventory. How are we feeding the prisoners that we're carrying with us?
Aha! We should feed them.
They, as a quick note, they did have the day of food with them, so they would not need to eat for like this first night, but they will be starting now, unless you're just actually not feeding them.
Cool. We will feed
Would
them
it, since we're
again.
already moving slow, would it be possible to have like somebody range out in ahead and try and like do some hunting?
It's definitely possible. Who would like
Yeah.
to do that?
Who's our best hunter?
Good question. What
This will be
skill?
survival skill.
Not my
Nope.
strongest suit. I'm
Oh no.
Like my worst skill.
Oh yeah, this
Oh
is
right,
this is
we're the
the
Zero
wisdom
Survival
party.
Group.
Um,
I forgot.
so I do have I have a +1.
Oh.
I'm not
fancy.
proficient, but I do have to have at least some amount of whiz for my medicining as we scale that up.
I have a 0. I would not mind being the hunting party if we don't have like a definitive like we should use this dude. If you like thematically wouldn't want to go hunting, then my guy definitely would take that mantle on.
That would be pretty
Be right back,
cool.
literally 3 seconds.
I have a
One
-1.
Mississippi.
Wisdom is a dumb
I'm
stat.
back.
You know what I can do though, because
I think I end up picking up later. I don't remember though.
I mean, I guess this doesn't actually last for too long. It also doesn't actually help with whatchamacallit. If we are planning on doing the hunting thing, then I would be willing to help. Like if we can send 2 people out to hunt to increase our chances, I would be willing to help.
You
It
can
would
do so.
mostly manifest as like me mutagen testing.
Okay. Yeah. Then I think myself and Gerrit
Mhm.
go hunting,
Sounds like play to me.
especially in this wooded forest area.
Remind me to never play D&D with Gecko. He's so merciless.
No.
Literally just like, fuck them, no food for you. Actually, remind me never to play D&D against Gecko. How about that?
There
Walk
you
into
go.
a room and fireball, and then take no prisoners. But if you do,
So give me a survival roll. Both of our expert hunters.
expert
yeah.
hunting. Ka-chow.
Expert.
Nice. Beautiful.
You catch a small bit of small game. It's not much over the course of the day, but it is enough to help out. You can shave off 2 total rations from what the party will consume for the day.
Okay.
Cool.
So that's 2 out of 3, and so they started with 3, and we need 2 days worth of rations essentially for them. To get that
So
legs?
it will be a day and a half of travel. It's like perfect comfort. They'd eaten the first half of that second day, but it's not against the Geneva Convention to not give them breakfast till afternoon if you're out of food.
Okay. Then I think the 2 rations there covers their way to the post because they had some with them to start with.
Sounds fine to me.
Okay. Sweet.
Did you already edit it?
I've taken our 2 rations out for the day. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and yep, you may move yourselves. Then it will be another camp during
Another
the
camp.
Another camp.
I also healed my 1 HP that I was missing while we rested.
night. Oh, yep.
All right.
Got him.
Am I at full?
We.
Wait. Am I at 3? Oh god.
You are at 3.
Oh, hey, friend. Would you
Oh.
like some medical assistance?
Yeah. So with your ability to attempt medicine every hour, basically unless you just crit fail on the first one, you're gonna be totally fine.
Let's go. Crit fail in the first one and then immediately crit fail in the like resuscitate.
Just actually kill him.
I'm sure we'll be. All right, buddy.
Sorry,
Listen.
sorry. What was that? The rest of that sentence?
All right, buddy. Listen here. Listen here, buddy.
Oh god,
So,
this is
pal.
it.
Bye, guys. Nice knowing you.
So what does this
So,
do? It
A
deals a
crit failed
D8.
medicine check deals a D8 of damage.
Okay.
Oh god.
How much HP are you at? You're fine. I only roll
How much
ones.
damage does this medicine
Oh
do?
no.
I'm bleeding out.
He's fine, everyone. He's
I'm at 0. There's no negative HP, right?
Correct. No negatives.
he's completely fine. Before I roll this next roll, just asking for a friend. For a very specific friend. How do hero points work? If I crit fail, can I undo the crit fail, or do I have to announce it before?
So after you roll and like know if you passed or failed, you can use a hero point, re-roll, and take whichever one is better.
Okay.
You will never lose potential. by
I'm
using a
not
hero
going
point.
to kill my friend.
All right.
I-
Also, just as a quick note, in case you just look up hero points at some point, I run a slightly different hero point system. You get them more rarely, and they are better.
Okay, cool.
basically.
Could I have used my hero points on him doing that roll?
Yes. You
Okay.
basically can use a hero point on any role that you are directly involved in. So like an enemy attacking you, you can reroll their attack roll. You attacking an enemy, you can reroll your attack roll.
Okay. So you're using it on the first medicine check and not going for another one?
Well,
Or not going for like a.
I was
yeah.
gonna make sure that I don't kill you with the second medicine check.
Okay, cool. So we're rolling the second
You're
medicine check.
you're dead. You're in a critical state, but I can fix this.
Okay.
So Kalat's just standing there looking around like, wait, what part of this thing caused him to go unconscious? What are you
it's-
doing to
it's-
him?
everything's
Purpley
fine.
black
And
blood is just like spewing out of waves.
I'm still just not used to the whole gills thing.
Well,
It's rough.
one other thing just to note with hero points. One other thing you can do with them, you can spend every hero point you have, so long as it's at least one, to not die from a particular thing. That can be just about anything, and basically just the story is altered in a way that you are alive. You're probably unconscious, like if you lost a fight, you're probably getting captured, but that particular swing does not cause you to die.
Cool. I like that.
So if you're dying out, though, you still have to find a way to get stabilized.
So you don't die and you are automatically stabilized. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
Well,
let's see how this
I'm
second
gonna
medicine check
Try
goes.
to fix my friend now. Resurrect,
have one hero
getting
point,
him
right?
up from his
I have 2 because I gained one from the first session, I believe.
And not everyone started with the same amount, but everyone had at least one.
yeah.
So what does that 11 do?
Yeah. What does the 11 do?
11 does not pass, but it doesn't do anything bad.
Okay. So what's the
When do I
current
start
state of the
rolling
world
death
tree?
saving throws?
Now Colin, you will make a death save. You are dying 1, so even on a crit fail, you're not dead yet.
Okay.
Hey,
These-
Gerrit, the blood's
These,
continuing.
I just roll a single d20. right?
wounds
No
were more
modifiers?
serious than I expected.
No, he looked fine. Oh my god, guys.
We're really not okay, guys.
What the fuck? What is happening? Oh, he got hit by a fire spell. Whose fault was this? You didn't block the fire spell.
Happening. The camp first day 1 camp night. We've walked away from the camp after this interrogation scene. Late after the night, and Jerry's like, "Hey, I'll fix you up a little bit." And these fucking bandits are just like, "Oh god, oh god."
Looks to the bandits. Hey, I can treat your wounds. No. Okay, so
Hey.
that is there's basically another round. If there's anything fives or
Oh shit.
Kalat wish to do, you can. I don't know if you really have anything relevant, but just
Do
throwing
we
it
have a
out
healing
as something
potion?
that is the thing.
We have the elixir.
We
of
do
life.
have we do have healing potions.
Yeah, wait, don't you have an elixir
I'm-
of life for preparation for the day?
Not from
shit.
my preparation for the day, but I do have one from the ones that they gave us, and that is my intention. It's not as good as just fixing the problem, but
I'm sorry,
things have
what?
gotten really bad.
The elixir of life has added a plus to the situation instead of a minus.
listen. I
Listen,
am
You guys do whatever you want. I'm unconscious.
accelerate the living creature's natural healing process and immune system. Upon drinking the elixir, you gain the listed number of hit points and gain an item bonus to saving throws to disease and poison.
I'm gonna be honest, even his natural healing process is trying to get him out here too.
That's
He
it's
boosted that.
it's literally just like, okay, things are going kind of badly here. He's okay. Oh, he's drying out. That's what the problem is here. Okay, we can fix this. We can oh, he's real. Oh my god, what is, I don't even know what reaction this is, and just immediately like calls for the snake to bring me with the elixir of life, and I just start pouring it on my fucking bread.
All right, that heals for 1d6.
3
He's back
hit points.
where
I'm
he
back
started.
to 3, guys.
Hey, buddy. Welcome back.
Gerrit, what happened?
You're okay. Don't move too quickly.
Oh, I feel awful.
You should. You should feel awful. That's a good sign.
That means we haven't severed your nervous system.
Where'd all this blood come from?
You know, funny story. I'm gonna have to tell you about that later. We're gonna, for now, just gonna get you to nice stable condition. Everything's working fine. Here I just like dump out some water on his head. Looking good. Check the pupil dilation. Yes, we're fine. Everything's fine here. And
Hey, Doc, why don't you try and patch him up?
we're going to make this right now that you are back with us in the world of the living.
Wave, you just see 3 horrified bandits in the back.
Well, I mean, I trust you with my life, Gerrit. I will do as you say.
And you should. This time though, I get like some gloves out of my kit. We're going to go extra carefully here.
Do you have the ability to conjure another one of those life-saving altercations?
I do not today, but tomorrow
Perhaps
I will be able to make so many.
Perhaps we wait until then. You know, I think maybe your alter ego kind of
we
like
could-
screwed up a little bit more with your medicine bag than you were prepared for.
we could sleep on it. That seems completely reasonable.
Yeah, maybe you go study some anatomy that involves gills.
Boom, boom. We probably do that, and then now it's that night's rest, and
I heal 1, going up to 4.
But before you heal,
Okay.
as you're setting up tent, you all hear just a small like twig snap, leading before some light footsteps begin approaching your encampment.
Okay, and just to clarify, we're actually back in time at nearby the old camp, right?
Oh right, 'cause
yeah,
that was
we're
after the
currently
first-
yeah.
Sorry. You do heal 1. This night went without incident. I forgot
Okay.
of the time zoop.
Okay.
And
sorry.
now we're going on to second day where we're
During the travels of our day, we tried to heal more.
yeah.
Yes.
And also, just a note, Wave. Since you went down, you got the wounded condition, which is basically if you go down again, you start at a higher dying value. that goes away with either a night's rest or a successful medicine treatment, like out of combat medicine treatment.
Well, let's not get too hasty. We'll just stick with the night's rest for now.
Okay.
But you are no longer have the wounded condition from that night's rest.
And then we wake up in the morning, and now you have elixirs and medicine and
Yes. So
time.
we wake up in the morning and Gerrit is doing his normal like morning preparations and like sees Wave like kind of grown awake and immediately walks over with 2 potions and is just like bacon and eggs.
I wish these tasted a little better. And I will drink these potions.
Would you like to roll since you're drinking them and not being force fed?
Sure. Ro-
These are both just elixirs of life, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Just the standard.
2d6.
that is an unrecognized command. 2d6.
Also, if you happen to get poisoned or diseased in the next 10 minutes, you get a bonus to it.
Nice. I'm at 8. I can now only go to 0 from a failed medicine check.
You healed for 1 from before, so that would have brought you to 4 health
Oh yes, you're right.
prior to this healing. So you're at 9.
He's
You
out
are
of the
Gerrit
danger
proof.
zone.
Can we see the first 2 rolls? I want to see if he's gonna die.
All right, we ready for the medicining?
Medicine away.
How'd the studying last
medicining.
night go, partner?
Hey!
Hey.
It's actually just mostly that I was the burn caught me off guard, and also I hadn't quite gotten my nails filed down yet. That's a problem.
Listen, it was a long day. I
Uh,
wouldn't do surgery at the end of a long day like that.
So you're saying that Cressel missed a vital organ and you just solved that problem for her?
well, you know, there were complications.
Yeah.
What do I do for medicine? Is it just 1d8, and then I can spend?
It is 2d8 base. If you've got anything special that alters that, that may increase further.
I don't think so yet. Let me double check.
And because you rolled it, oh wait, you didn't roll a nat 20. That's your total.
Yeah.
Never mind. I was like, damn, nice return. You rolled a crit and everything.
And also, so two other things to keep in mind. Since with because you have the battle medicine.
Yes,
thing,
I
right?
do.
Okay, yeah. So you basically can set a higher DC for yourself prior to rolling to
Don't
heal
do that.
more. It's very useful later on.
Yeah.
Not so much at level 1.
I mean, I'm
pretty
eventually
big
gonna have like a
dangerous.
plus 20 to medicine and just like naturally growing into that. But right now,
So I am assuming you are not increasing the DC unless you specifically say that you are.
yeah,
Also, so a medicine check takes 10 minutes.
yes,
If passed, you can then spend the rest of that same hour to just double whatever your actual healing amount is.
I would like to do that. Most likely. So we'll do this first. Yeah, let's just do that. So we'll
Does
spend
he even need it though? Actually, because he's at 9 right now. It puts him at 21.
Oh yeah, he might not need it.
I don't need it.
All better.
You did it! Friend. Your success from a 24-hour turnaround, impeccable.
Hey,
Never
I knew I
doubted
could
you.
count on you, Gerrit, and I hit him on the back of the shoulders. The friendly thank you.
Not every day that we can account for
So
all.
the minutes, would anybody else like to attempt to be healed?
The doctor's in.
He's here today.
Is anyone missing HP?
I believe one of them was like knocked unconscious, but then saved. The other two, if I recall correctly from a month ago, just like surrendered before they actually
Yeah.
took damage.
Oh
No,
I
they
meant our
all
own party
surrendered
members.
actually. Because one of them was the coward hunter, and then the other two were the
Mhm.
guys who were just
yep,
running
he was
back
the
and
guy in the
forth.
tree. Okay, I remember that now. Yep, that's right.
So they're all
Well-
totally fine.
What about you guys? Is what I meant though. Like,
Well, I'm full.
is everyone else full?
I think so. Lives was.
I haven't gotten hit in either of the battles yet.
And I didn't
He's
get hit in that
unstoppable.
battle, I don't think. And I think the fencing boy did like 1 damage to
Yes.
his target.
So
All right,
we're
cool.
now good, and we are continuing on towards our Farast 7 night.
And we make camp and sleep, and then we hear twigs
Closing
breaking.
the time loop.
Yes.
You are like just setting up camp. No one's even like ready to go. It's like basically set up camp and then eat and then go to bed time. But you hear some soft footsteps approaching the campgrounds. And is there any immediate action? You do not yet see
Yeah.
what is causing them through the foliage.
Kalat would like immediately draw his sword and then like start prepping a spell. Looking in that direction, saying, "Announce yourselves."
Wave readies his staff as well.
Or
I've-
should it? Kancha, Golak. Does anyone here speak Draconic?
I do.
Ah, good question.
Ooh. Let's see.
Where? No.
That would be under languages.
Where
I
is
don't-
languages?
I don't speak any. It's on the main page of the thing at the bottom right.
Yeah, bottom right.
Ah, I
Trust
see
me.
it. Nope.
Nope.
I've studied some Draconic. I know of them.
Oh.
It is meaningless sounds to the rest of you, but Gerrit, you hear, "Who there? Friend or foe?"
Do I have any like knowledge where I could make an assumption of what this is?
What is your society bonus? You don't need to roll it. Just what's your
My
what's your
society bonus
value?
is 5.
Yeah, that'll be enough. Judging by the soft steps, the higher pitch, and the draconic voice, you would suspect this is likely a kobold.
Okay. And do like what's kind of the vibe of kobolds? Is it just like a
Kobolds are very much follow strength. That is their defining alignment characteristic. If that is someone that is meaning good in the world, they generally are a force for good. If that is someone meaning evil in the world, they generally will support that as well. Due to their nature, their reputation for being little tricksy thieves, partially deserved, partially not, they tend to be rejected by most of the people that they would actually like do good under. So they tend to find themselves with neutral to evil commanders.
okay.
They're very much a like pack species.
Okay. That makes sense. I kind of say like it's kobolds. And then I speak out in Draconic and friend, come see.
A few more soft footsteps, and a small bronze-scaled kobold pokes through the tree line, a crude spear in hand, gestured out towards you, but not like primed to strike. Hateful.
We
Flesh.
I reach into I reach into my pack and I grab my mutagen out and I move to drink it unless he like takes it as a super hostile action.
He doesn't seem to really react to it.
Okay, cool. I drink one of my Drakeheart mutagens.
Oh,
Ah.
And my skin grows tough scales like a drake, and my eyesight becomes sharp. Although my mind is a little bit dulled from it. And friend, no need to fight.
You know, they say imitation is the world's strongest flattery.
I did not know you spoke this language.
the kobold
He is
just
the language.
just very slightly bows down as his small tail shakes rapidly side to side and his ears give a slight flutter. Give me a society check.
Don't make them cute, Brian.
Imagine living in a world where Doomer doesn't make kobolds lovable. Come on. Let me
know.
just make sure. Okay, so I have a -1 to will saves, reflex saves, and skill checks to recall knowledge, but this should still be fine. Ha!
Ah,
I'm killing it today. My characters
Doing
always start
something.
off so unlucky. I don't know what it is.
Nothing is further on that aspect then.
That's fair. I lean into Wei and I say, dragons are a particular interest of mine. And then back into Draconic, I say, I ask where are you from? Who do you work with? How many of you are there here?
Tribe Grand Shield. Looking for radishes. Have you seen them?
Have we seen any radishes?
like
Sporadically sprinkled out and about, but never in vast quantities or anything like that.
I translate that for my friends.
Looking for radishes, huh?
Okay, real quick aside. This is our chance to fulfill the Doomer dream prophecy of creating a kobold kingdom where we just fill all of our subjects as kobolds.
Yes.
No. Anyway, go ahead.
I say we don't have any radishes here. We've seen some where we came from in that direction, but
He just kind of shakes his head. No, around here. Big patch, great patch. Moon radish, dream radish.
I say I explain the what he's saying to my friends, like dream radishes sound a little bit intriguing, if I'm not going to lie.
That's
I wonder, is it like a big radish or just a bunch of small radishes? Or is it a radish that's colored as the moon? Or the
as little radishes.
I don't have any intention of harming him if he has none of harming us, but what do you all think? Should we just part ways, or perhaps help in the hunt for radishes?
maybe we help hunt for radishes. That might be a little fun.
I think the more
we still have the
know,
prisoners, don't we?
Yeah, they'll help us, right?
I think the more we know
Look-
about this land, the better it will be for when we eventually rule over it.
Plus, we might want to find out a little bit more about the occupants that are here and what we might run into along the way.
Agreed.
I slip back into Draconic. We help you find radishes? You show us. I don't know what moon radishes are. Sounds impressive.
The kobold immediately rapidly nods.
Okay.
Somewhere here. I know. Just not sure exactly.
Okay. We'll help you. I gesture. Let's hunt some radishes. He says there's somewhere nearby.
All
Well,
right,
bandits,
it's
your first test of humanity. Will you assist our friend in searching for vegetables?
They sort of share a brief glance. All right. Sure.
Yeah.
Showing kindness is part of
the first step to your rehabilitation.
what he said.
Reformation. All right, let's hunt some radishes, boys.
All right,
Research.
I'll go off to the east.
So, are you like
Walks off.
splitting the party or just sort of like spreading out but still cohesive?
Good question.
Or are you just like moving as one singular close quarters unit?
How much time would it like? Are we searching the entire hex that the kobold is saying is it's here, or is it like here is in like
Seems
within
like
this
it's
square?
probably relatively close according to the kobold. I think maybe we can pair up.
Yeah, maybe like a
Sounds
Sure.
good.
loose group nearby each other, but paired up. Everybody gets a prisoner, except one of us.
Sure.
Be two
I
pairs.
guess everybody gets a prisoner except for Gerrit, who goes with the kobold because he can speak the language.
I like that. That seems completely reasonable.
That's very intelligent. I agree.
All right.
We do this.
Um,
Time for survival checks.
no survival check needed on this one.
Okay.
Let's see. This is an order of the webcams on my screen.
Oh,
All right. Fives.
Well, I just can't find any radishes. I don't even know what they look like, to be honest.
So, as you and one of the prisoners are just sort of wandering about, spreading, still in the same wide area as everyone else, you happen to spot a clearing up in the woods ahead of you. About 30 feet wide, very, very loose circle. And in it, you see just tons of small plants that seem to just sparkle, almost like a rainbow in mist, though there doesn't seem to be any mist upon them. You also
Uh,
spot 3 bronze-scaled kobolds lying on their back, roughly in the middle of the patch.
my
Catnip.
first thought: do the kobolds look like they're like alive, or can I not tell?
They look
Like, are
either
they moving?
dead or asleep.
Okay. During this search, I would have liked to ask what the prisoner's name was, so I don't have to keep calling him prisoner.
Oh, yes. He would tell you that he's Qualt.
Walt.
All right,
Okay.
prisoner it is.
All right, Qualt. Can I call you Q? I'm gonna call you Q.
Okay.
So I look over. Well, this just has to be moon radishes, right? Am I right?
They look kind of like the radishes my ma used to grow.
All
I
right.
mean,
he
they
has a
weren't
mom.
they
Then
weren't
I notice the
that.
kobolds, and so I try and get as close as I can, stealthily, as to not wake them up if they are asleep,
As
because
you
I
get a
do
bit
not know what to
closer,
expect.
you do spot just like one of them just like moves an arm slightly. They're clearly
Okay.
alive. At
Okay.
least that one is.
In that case, I'm not going to disturb them. I'm going to go back to the party and try and, lead them back to this area.
Uh, you're able to, with another minute, just sort of head off in a direction, call out to them far enough away that you're not worried about disturbing the kobolds.
Okay. Then I'm just waiting until everyone comes.
And as the party begins to gather once more, Gerrit,
Yes,
the kobold you are with, says, "Your friend found them?"
I think so. We should see.
Yes. And the group regathers once more.
I was so
All
ready
heading
to just become
towards
Kobold Chow.
Yep.
towards them.
Yeah.
As it sort of the clearing breaks through into line of sight through the trees, the kobold just immediately breaks into a run, rushing out forward ahead of them. A just in strong enthusiasm within its small frame, as it runs out and just immediately grabs one of these shimmering plants, pulls it up, and you see a large radish pulled up from the ground with it, which he immediately just takes a bite out of.
Wow. Well, I gotta try this. I would like to walk up and try and pull one out, take a bite. Just
It pulls out of the ground easily, and as you're doing that, the kobold looks over towards Gerrit.
Try, dream with us.
And he holds out the bitten radish towards Gerrit.
Yeah, Gerrit will grab the radish, be like, don't see why not. I take a bite of it as well.
There are hundreds or thousands of them over this clearing.
Okay.
That's a lot of kobolds.
You you also spot one of the kobolds just sort of lazily opens its eyes, looks over towards the group, and it mutters something in a heavy enough slur that even with draconic knowledge you can't tell what it said.
Oh, jeez.
how long does it take for this to take effect?
So
Hold on.
Oh,
I,
God,
I,
yeah,
I look
yeah.
over to Kalat and it's like, what do you think?
I think this is incredibly risky. Also, if the prisoners don't partake, then that kind of turns the tables, huh?
Of your group of 3 prisoners, 2 of them seem just a mix of confused and hesitant about the situation. One of them you see kind of eyeing it.
Have you had this stuff?
No, but I've heard of it.
What does it do?
He
So I
just
keep
kind
a
of
strong eye on Gerrit.
vaguely gestures towards the 3 kobolds in the field. That mostly, but supposedly it brings grand dreams.
Ah. Well, if you wish to partake, go ahead. I'm not pious or anything, but I also have trouble letting my senses be robbed of me. I will pass.
There's about a 3-second hesitation before he reaches down and pulls one up and takes a bite unless anyone immediately interjects.
Nope.
I don't interject.
Gerrit begins depending on how long this takes to kick in, at least tries to begin a tirade about how, depending on the effects of this, you could probably refine it down depending on how long it stays active and into like a powder form, and then
So to clarify, Gerrit and Fives both took like a bite. Do you stop with a bite, or are you like eating a full radish?
I probably eat like half radish if I'm not like immediately.
Yeah, like I have no idea what this is. So before I knew, I probably would have gotten through like half of it, depending on how long it takes. So I'm gonna keep eating it until I feel something. I didn't know I'd be feeling anything. I thought it was just a regular radish, so there was no reason I just stop at one bite unless it was just nasty.
It tastes like slightly sweeter than you'd expect, but otherwise rather bland. It's not
Yeah,
good.
I'd
It's not
probably keep
bad. It's
eating it.
okay. And Wave, you do not partake. Is that correct?
I think if Kalat is willing to watch over the situation for us, then I will partake.
I take my Roka sword, find a log that's been fallen, and sit on it and monitor.
I'll eat a whole radish.
All right.
I'll pull up my own though.
And then Gerrit, are you eating the full one or just a bite? I don't remember. If
I'll eat like
something.
half
Sorry.
the radish.
All right. After just about 1 minute after the kobold took a bite, it just lies down on its back, and you see its eyes just kind of flutter closed, seeming to already be feeling something that you're very much not feeling. It takes about another 10 minutes before those who have partaken begin to just feel drowsy. Fives and Gerrit, Roll me d2s.
Aha. How about that one? I wouldn't be able to roll anything else, obviously.
Right. Only acceptable number.
Right. How did you roll a d2?
It is that.
/r d2. Thank you. 2.
Uh, Gerrit,
Mhm.
as this feeling of tiredness begins to wash over you, you begin just seeing something out of the edge of your vision. Even you're aware that this is not real. This is a brief visual hallucination. But
Okay.
you see a man crossbowed ready towards you. Right as he fires, he just vanishes. He's no longer in your vision.
I probably
A
recoil
dragon
visibly a little bit.
sweeping from above. Horrifying, instant, near death again and again and again and again. As just these terrifying visions begin to have auditory hallucinations with them as well.
I see.
It is clearly extremely unsettling, even though you know that it is not real.
Knowing that
I
it's
have a
not
question.
real, I try to keep my cool as much as possible. The dragon sets me off a little bit, but then after probably a couple of swoops, I can like regain my composure.
Monitoring the situation, I kind of like walk up to him and say, "Hey, your Elixir of Life handle something like this? Maybe might take the edge off."
That's what we're finding out right now.
You also see just a look of terror come over the prisoner who has decided to partake as well, as just something is clearly deeply unsettling them. Just starting to sort of fidget on the ground, trying to stand up, but already having lost enough coordination from the drowsiness to be unable to.
I move over to try and calm him.
It helps, but it doesn't completely soothe him.
Hey,
You
smell
like
this
touch him to
rag for
lay
a
him
little bit.
down. He's like, "Oh, someone's strangling me!"
It's basically that.
I'm pretty sure he's seeing Galat in his nightmares.
Fives and Wave, you both just feel this pleasant sensation of euphoria begin washing over you, as you feel some strength just slowly draining off of you, but it doesn't feel like a weakness. It's just a pure relaxation. You just feel at ease. Even the screaming of the man doesn't bother you.
Wait.
Oh, yeah. I could get
The
used to
literal
this.
screaming of the man next to you
Oh.
in terror.
Okay. The
It does-
listen.
yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't disrupt your sense of peace, your sense of calm, the relaxation.
Man, I need to eat more vegetables. This is great.
The two prisoners who have not eaten anything just sort of look over towards their third man, along with occasional glances at Gerrit, and then looks towards Kalat. Is there any way to help him?
We're just about to fight Gerrit. How's that potion going, buddy?
I do my best to kind of self-diagnose what's going on in me to figure out if something like the +1 bonus against poisons would help in this situation, or if it's
Give
kind
me
of a
either a nature or a crafting check. Either one will work.
I can totally do one of those. I bet one of them is slightly better than the other. Oh, come on, man. I got +5.
That will be enough. You can definitely tell that this is an intoxication. It is, while not identical, it works basically the way that most poisons do. You would expect anything that can resist or remove poisons would have a similar effect upon this.
Okay.
As far as what it seems to be clearly some sort of hallucination from these radishes. But you can tell that you're not affected the same way that Fives and Wave or the
Mhm.
Kobolds were.
I take one of my Elixirs of Life out of my bag, and this may actually help him. I'm going to continue researching.
Okay, I take the elixir from him and attempt to get the bandit to take it. And I ask the other bandits, hey, help me get this in him. We only really got one shot at this.
Mm-hmm. They go down to either side of him to a brief scream from the bandit before eventually seeming to realize who they are, calming down a little but still kind of hyperventilating.
Like, oh no, the nightmare eels are attacking as I pour the elixir down his throat.
As one of them says, just drink this, it will help, it will help, it will help. As you begin to feed it to him, he manages to drink the vast majority of it. Gerrit
Mhm.
and the bandit will both make a fortitude save. The bandit will have a bonus from this, the elixir.
Sounds pretty good. I am rather good at
Nope.
these.
You're fine.
Over the course of about 5 minutes, whether you're wanting to resist it or not, you feel your body's natural resilience seeming to deal with this poison, processing it away. The visions grow more faint, less frequent. The audio hallucinations more clearly separated from the real sound that you're hearing, much easier to ignore. And you also see the bandit beginning to calm down significantly as well.
Good.
Fives and Wave, you're just both having a great time.
Yeah.
Over the course of about another 5 minutes, the two of you, the bandit and Gerrit,
Mhm.
You feel just like about maybe once a minute there's that brief fleeting thought you saw something but couldn't quite tell what it was, but then it's gone.
Mhm.
But even that fades out over another 10.
This is very much in Jarit's MO, where he's just like he's currently as soon as he's like back to reality fully, he's probably going to try to gather a couple of these for himself / his studies.
Fives is also gonna gather a couple of these for himself.
Okay, you are able to do so.
I will not.
Just enjoying the experience.
Do I have any prophetic visions of the future?
No divine insights. It's just a wonderful
It's just
experience.
a wicked good time.
Mm-hmm. It was about ready to set up camp prior to this kobold coming across you. What is your plan? Both Fives and Wave, you're really not of the mindset to do much of anything active for a while. You could force yourself if you like life and death needed to, but it's definitely taken its toll on your desire to act.
Quick question: How many of these would I be able to get reasonably? Is 10 too much?
You could take 10.
Okay.
I would also like to gather 10.
I will say that this is really not in Wave's wheelhouse. This experience was technically nice and interesting, but nice and interesting isn't really something I'm looking for.
Yeah.
So poor decisions behind me.
I watched my fighting group, who needs to stay battle ready, attempt to scoop up armfuls of drugs that put them out of commission. I'm like, are you guys sure that this is what you need to be doing with your lives? Just think about it real quick.
My plan is to use this as an interrogation technique to not have to rely on killing people.
Yeah, sure. Everybody likes a good time.
I agree with a lot. This is a poor decision.
I gesture to one of the blight bombs that's on my chest, like everything starts somewhere.
True. It's probably most useful for Gerrit.
Okay, as long as we can like limit the recreational use, maybe we can get somewhere.
Just saying, we give it to a prisoner and be like, you can have a great time, answer our questions and you get to have an incredible time, or answer our questions and you get to have a nightmare for the next hour.
Oh no.
Turn filled with nightmares.
Probably,
shoved down your
probably
throat.
convince Wave and Fives to get up enough to make their way back to camp, so we can finish setting up and call it a night there.
Yep.
I end up doing most of the unpacking, it would seem.
During the night, it passes without further incident, and Fives and Wave, throughout the entire night, you just have like dream after dream after dream after dream, all of them pleasant, heartwarming, like just making you feel just so rejuvenated when you come back awake finally.
5
and
years
you,
later.
You wake up the next morning with like what feels like the best night's sleep you've had in years. Gerrit, you have a couple nightmares, but they pass quickly.
That's nice. It's fine. Negative side effects happen. Also, Wave deserves a good night's rest.
I don't know how I feel about all that.
I don't know. I had a great time last night.
How you
I
feeling,
think
sport?
Wave's got a little bit of extra. Like, all right, we've got to go.
We got a job to do.
We got work to do. Too much distractions. Quick, we should get to Oleg's early.
And with that, resume the march.
Resuming the march.
No. All right, can we take a quick break so
Yeah,
I can
yeah.
go to the bathroom?
I could use
Yeah, call a couple minute break.
Water. Morning.
One real quick question before we break out. Just what is time looking like today as far as like wrap ups?
11:30.
Seems reasonable.
All right, couple minute break.
Yeet.
All right.
Oompa loompa, loompa dee dee. Ugh. Let's go. Oh no, my webcams are broken. Sure, this.
I return.
Hello, welcome back. I made the joke that it's literally that that meme where the cat like looks into a room and is like drugs. Drugs. Part of me that just like hates idle games so much. And there's another part of me that's like, haha, number get bigger.
Feel that. I used to play a ton of those like idle phone games,
Mm-hmm.
like in high school to college age.
Yeah.
But eventually, just like it was like one of those things where I realized it's like I am doing this no longer out of enjoyment, but out of obligation.
Yep.
So I just like deleted everything, and I haven't gone back to them since.
Are usually fun for like a week or so for me.
It's like at the beginning, this was genuinely fun.
Mm-hmm. I had a pretty good run with the like adventure capitalist games. Those were pretty fun, and there's actually a new one that I haven't tried yet, but I've been like low key getting back into some phone gaming. But the
There's
good news
basically
is,
only been one phone game that I've played in the last like 5-ish years. But I've played it for like maybe like 3 years.
mhm.
But Clash Royale has
Oh
been
yeah,
one that I've just enjoyed. Like I was playing it in Texas.
yeah, I remember that.
I am the highest ranked in the clan.
Oh no. Yeah, but do you make 1.2 billion coins per second?
I do not. I wish I did. I have 80,000. I need 100,000 for my final upgrade.
Final upgrade, like in the game?
Yeah, so it's like a deck building game with like level ups of cards.
Okay.
And I've basically had like a max level deck for I don't know, maybe a year. I'm no longer really progressing in the game. It's just trying to win with it.
Right.
But just a few months ago they released a new card that I really liked. But
Okay.
I like it starts out at lowest level, so I had to level it up, and I'm close to finally getting that maxed out, and then I'll have a full max deck again.
Okay.
Hello.
I can respect that. Welcome back.
Hello.
What are you talking about, Brian?
Phone
Full
games.
max out?
Oh, Clash Royale.
Oh,
I am probably like a week away from having enough money to have like a 100% completely upgraded deck.
fancy.
Fancy.
I haven't played a mobile game in a long time.
It is the only mobile game that I have played in the last many years.
Mhm.
So, back on the road again.
Back on the road
On
again.
the road again.
Ouch.
All right. With about a half day's travel, you can make it out and over to Oleg's trading post. Nothing of major incident upon the roads. Your
Oh, we
three
have to mark
prisoners
our
compliantly traveling with you.
rations for the second day.
I already marked mine.
Are the rations are daily, right?
Yes.
How does the bandit who had the bad trip
In the morning, he
interact?
seems fine. Perhaps a touch shaken, but fine.
Shaken, not stirred.
He similarly seemed to get over the worst of it in the course of 10 or 15 minutes after first partaking.
Good.
Fair enough.
Oh, I will also reveal on the map. The moon radishes.
Moon
You
radishes.
also all have text tools. You are totally free to mark and write on this map as you see fit.
Mm.
Like this is a literal representation of an actual map that your characters would be making traversing these lands.
Mm-hmm.
So as you return to Oleg's, you spot while still riding up from a good distance, a couple of men on the walls, long spears seeming in hand.
Haha. We have guests.
Let's put their service to the test.
For the test.
Fucking Christ. Does one of them look like it's a teapot?
No.
Oh, darn it.
Where'd I go? There we are. Yes. So, you see two, and as you get closer, they seem to be in sort of the standard gear that you would expect a Restovian guard to have. Some medium armor, a shield, a spear, and a sword at their side. They're definitely relaxed, not like actively looking like they're ready for a fight, but there's good vision all around the trading post, so plenty of warning. As you get closer, you also see another two that seem to be crouched around one of the badly broken and decayed catapults, seeming to at least do the very beginnings of repair on it.
Nice.
And right, so getting into the trading post itself, you also see three men inside, other than the guards along the wall, the four of them. There is Oleg, and then two others you don't recognize. One of them seems armored like a guard, with a long sword at his side, and his armor looks a bit higher quality than those of the guards, though still in the same general style of Restov. He is currently talking to Oleg at a distance you cannot hear their conversation. And there is a third man who looks to be perhaps early 50s or so, dressed in simple robes, sitting down at one of the tables and enjoying a meal.
Hail.
Hola, looks like you've got some business going.
Hearing you enter, Oleg turns towards you and just gives a bit of a grin. Welcome back. You're all well, I see.
Hey.
Glad to see this. Glad to see this.
Glad to see you as well, Oleg.
And you have guests.
Yes, he looks towards the armored man next to him. Krustin Garrus has arrived with his garrison. They'll be staying here, at least for the foreseeable future.
The men you mentioned.
Yes. He seems in quite high spirits.
I must say, I'm quite relieved. I thought we were the guards, but I'm glad to see that I was wrong with that assumption.
Do not take this the wrong way when I say I am as well. Oleg
No
gives
offense
a
taken.
grin.
No harm taken.
Krustin then steps forward and just extends out a gauntlet with a very much like a formal, stiff approach as he goes for a handshake. Krustin Garrus, it is pleased to meet you.
Offer to shake hands as well as wave, I'm assuming. My name is Kalat,
I am Wave.
and these are our companions. Most
I'm
of them.
Fives.
I hear you
And Gerrit.
set out after a group of bandits to the south.
We
We
did.
were successful.
He sort of eyes the three men you've brought with you.
These ones are in search of a second life.
Something many can find here, I believe.
I would believe so as well.
They're planning on on returning to Restov. Is that the city name?
Yes.
To look for work.
Unless, and I turn to the bandits, you would rather find work here?
They sort of glance to each other briefly before one speaks up. If there's work to be done here, I don't see the reason to go all the way back to Restov. And the other two sort of nod along with his words.
I think we'll find it amenable then.
I'm a little suspicious about having the bandits that were recently beating this man up working in this place where these guards said they were temporarily staying.
That's
But
a really good point, and I don't think it would be lost. And so I turn to Oleg. Oleg, is this something that you would be okay with now that we have defensible measures?
For as long as the guard are here,
Hmm.
a few extra hands would go a long way.
I think it would. And they probably owe quite a bit in reparations for the harm that they've caused you.
All right then.
At your comment on reparations, the one who initially offered to stay just gives a nod. It's, if we just have somewhere to sleep and eat, I will do right by you, he says, mainly towards Oleg.
Mhm.
Oleg definitely doesn't seem to be open arms, all is forgiven, but seems amicable.
Yeah, but not open arms, all is not forgiven. Takes out the nearest guard's sword and stabs him through the heart.
Beautiful.
Well, so what have we missed since we've been gone? And why don't we trade stories real quick?
Oleg says, well, there hasn't been a whole lot here other than the garrison arriving, and I got another shipment of basic goods and supplies in. And he gestures towards the man eating, far enough away to not really be hearing in the conversation. A traveler along with them.
Oh, wonderful. And just to remind me / maybe the party, since it's been so long, anything that's kind of found in adventuring, so these goods that we found, the common law of the land is that this is now our stuff, right?
Basically, yeah. Really, the expectation would be it is yours unless you explicitly know that it was stolen by someone that isn't a bad person, or stolen from someone that isn't a bad person, and you know who they are and are able to return it. Really, that is the only situation in which you are morally in any way questionable to just keep it.
Okay.
And that's assuming that the people in charge also know that fact and are care about it, and
it's a pretty narrow situation.
It's the Mona Lisa clause. If we kill the people who stole the Mona Lisa, we're expected to return it. But outside of that,
yeah, there you go. That's a good one. I've never heard that before. I like that.
I love that. That is a great concept. The Mona Lisa clause. I like that a lot.
So, well, how recent did they arrive?
Just yesterday, in the morning.
Fair enough. So we took out one of the groups of bandits in the area. We have found that there's two more pretty dominant ones before you get to the penultimate. I'm an asshole and I'm here to make your day hell, the Stag Lord. So we kind of know the whereabouts of each of those people. We're going to seek to do something about it in the coming days, but we also need to kind of map out the lands. I think that's some of our next objectives here in the coming days and weeks. But with that said, we did come back with some funding, and perhaps we can look over some procuring of assets here.
We're in need of supplies.
Yes.
For sure.
Of course, I've just received a new shipment, as mentioned. And
I open up the
also,
trade window. Oh,
he gestures out towards the man once more, and then calls out a little louder. John, come here for a moment, will you? The man eating stands up, taking his bowl of stew with him as he begins walking back towards you guys.
Does the
As-
stew look like heartily plenished, like with food supplies that might have been brought, or is it still kind of like meager scrappings in the area?
It's definitely on the more meager side. It's not like bad, but it
Mhm.
seems to be as much a result of poor cooking as it is poor supplies, but they both play a factor.
This stew could use a little radish.
Nope. Stop it.
So as he's coming over, Oleg says, "Jod, this is Jod, and he came here seeking someone to try and find something," and then just sort of gestures towards Jod, who begins speaking. You said you are mapping out this area, exploring the lands?
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
I have received a vision, and
Oh,
I am
great.
looking for someone to carry it through. I have seen a grand temple to Aristil, lost in these woods. I do not know where it is, and I have not the strength nor ability to find it myself. But should you find this, I will do all I can to aid you. While my gifts may be meager, I do have Aristil's blessing, and can perform treatments and the like, cure wounds, ail sickness to an extent.
I see. A physician here might come in great handy. Are you looking to travel, or is this more like a permanent residence sort of thing?
He shakes his head. I have not the bones for long distance anymore. Perhaps
Fair enough.
20 years ago. But also,
right.
in this vision, I saw. I do not know exactly what it was. I didn't have a clear sight. Some sort of massive bear. Though it did not have flesh and fur. It was of moss and vine. I do not know how to explain this other than the feeling I received in this vision. But it is something evil.
Ah,
It dwells
that's
within this temple.
I see. So you would like us to both find the shrine and cure it of its evil malady.
Aristil has tasked me with this, but I do not have the strength to carry it out. Please do this.
You
You will have
describe
his
this.
blessing.
Could you describe the scenery around the temple? That would help narrow it down. Could you see a river, perhaps?
He shakes his head. It was as though it was in the void.
What
I
does the
saw
shrine
but
itself
the
look like?
temple itself. It was not completed. Perhaps just the ground stonework, some hollowing out of a cliff, maybe the beginnings of a few walls, but there was little more than that, and much overgrown with vines and weeds, grime all over. Untended for decades at the least, to be sure.
Very well.
Mm.
Yes, I look around you guys. Is this something you guys seem interested in?
If we
Seems to-
find it, perhaps we could
mean,
investigate.
If we find it during our exploration, then I am down for exploring it further. But
I thank you.
I think we should, focus on building our map first.
Well,
He gives a nod. I understand you have come here for a task. Yes.
Gerrit
have
probably
no fear.
looks
Mhm.
like mildly put off and just like a little bit of a like just a little bit of sass in his step, and it just kind of says like, I mean, I've nothing against housing the homeless.
We are those homeless people, except for a paper. I take stock in people's faiths. In fact, I needed faith to get through my own ailments in the past. I
don't
will definitely seek for this thing.
I don't put much stock in the overland face, but the temple may have who knows what's inside.
See, my only issue is that he did not give us much to go on, so we would have to explore the entire map to find it likely anyway, because we have no clue where to look.
If we come across it, it won't be
Point of
too much of a
interest.
hassle. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If we come across it while we're exploring, then we can make a detour.
Speaking of which, not to arrive and leave to push us to leave quite so rapidly, but we were doing some planning on doing some exploration around the area, correct?
Yes.
Indeed.
Hmm.
Perhaps we set about finding some procurement for exchanging our goods in return for other goods.
I would like to
then-
trade our goods for other goods. Is that a
Oleg
possibility?
gives a nod. Of course.
You've got that
And,
good?
leads you over towards the storeroom.
Kicks the merchant's leg, trade window pops open. Yeah.
The way that Oleg's store works, there is not a specific list of fixed things in it. He currently has available for purchase 25 gold worth of stuff.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's buffet style.
Basically, yes. Once you like the 25 gold you buy is all of his stock that would be relevant for you.
I like this.
Until he is restocked, at least.
Very cool.
I'm not
What?
sure I understand.
Like,
I'm a little confused.
It's basically like an Amazon Prime window. You just kind of put in what you want, and then it comes.
yeah, like you
Okay.
could buy 25 gold of armor. And
Okay.
then if you want to buy a weapon, you will have to wait for another shipment because armor was what came on this shipment. Or you could buy 25 gold of weapons. But then if you want to buy an armor, you'll have to wait till next shipment because weapons was on this shipment. So
Okay.
you can buy whatever you want up to 25 gold.
Wibbly wobbly. Timey-wimey.
As a party, right? Not per
Yes,
person.
that is collectively.
Okay.
This
Reminding
is
everyone that Pathfinder gold systems are very different than D&D gold systems, and that
Mhm.
sounds like a pretty good amount of stuff we could buy.
this is a great time for me to ask the question. How does crafting work? Oh, DM of mine.
So basically, the long story short of crafting is you can craft an item by spending time to reduce the price of the item by up to half.
Okay.
So like if you have a 10 gold thing, and I will tell you, it is a lot of time, especially low levels, like potentially too much time.
Right.
For quick crafts. The main okay, so taking a tiny step back.
Mhm.
Basically the way it works is you make a craft check.
Mhm.
If you pass, you are able to craft the item at full cost. You can then put more and more days into it to reduce the cost down by using like more and more raw materials as opposed to partially completed things.
Okay.
The main benefit of crafting is not that it gets you super cheap stuff. It is that you cannot get this thing because there is not a place to buy it, but you can craft it.
Okay.
Like
Makes
if you
sense.
have, if for instance, if you have 40 gold of things that you want to buy right now, you can only buy 25 gold of it from Oleg, but you can potentially craft the other 15 gold. Crafting is very fast if you pay normal price. It just takes like 1 day to put something together. It doesn't give you a discount. It just is the craft variant of it essentially.
Right. So like for instance, almost I think all of I guess some of my mutagens are like 4 gold. There's a couple of specific things that are kind of like utility nice to haves that I currently have on my known formulas list. That I would hypothetically I would be able to craft, but I wouldn't necessarily want to spend like my reagents on them. Like Sunrod and Arsenic are kind of two of the big ones. So I could like spend 3 gold and spend 1 day to craft a Sunrod, or I could like if I were to spend like 2 days, like is that fully dedicated days, or is that something that can like kind of happen as we're doing other things, or
It is dedicated days.
makes sense?
Like if there's something you're doing for a couple hours, you could mix that in with it, but it's like think of it as like an 8-hour workday. Like you can potentially do a little bit of other things, but if you're like overland exploring, that's gonna take your time.
That makes sense.
Now, can I assist in this anyway? Because I also have massively high crafting skill.
You will be able to also craft if you have the specific things required. Crafting is basically like feat gated. Like having just craft ranks, you can craft weapons, armor, mundane things like that.
Mhm.
To craft alchemical things, you need the alchemical crafting feat, which just unlocks that. To craft
I see.
magical things, you need the magical crafting feat. I don't know all of them, but it's basically like different things are gated behind different craft feats.
Okay.
To give an idea as to the pace, I don't know the exact number off top of head, but it's in the range of like 1 to 2 silver a day off the price for
Okay.
extended crafts. So like if you want that 3 gold sunrod at half price, that's probably about a 2-week endeavor.
Okay, cool. So that's probably not something that I'm diving into right away, but that is good to know
Mm-hmm.
because that's been on the back of my mind. Because there's a lot of stuff where it's like there's stuff that I'll be like generally adding into my my book that'll be like, I mean, I don't need to like special craft this specific thing every day, but it'd be really nice to have a rod that makes bright light for 6 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Does anyone have anything that they're like looking to, or have we got anybody
I've been
shopping
looking
in the
through a bunch of
background?
items, and there's a lot of stuff here. Okay, let me
And
just
as
ask.
a quick note, I am new to 2E still. I don't have like a great list of just these are the things that you definitely want to buy. Like I am unfamiliar with this equipment shopping as you are for the most part.
So, Doomer, what should we buy?
I know. So for anyone that uses weapons or like martial characters, punching is included in this. Uh, just sort of like the basically the magical upgrade route is potency runes and striking runes. The game is like expecting you to have those. If you don't ever get them, you will be way behind everyone else. There are like think of them more as a core part of gameplay than genuine choices of options. Um, they're not necessarily something for like this purchase order, but they are in that lower level range is when they start coming, and you will keep upgrading them all the way through your adventuring careers.
Like a +1 weapon is 35 gold. A +1 weapon that does extra damage, so a +1 striking weapon, is 100 gold. And so we have the funds potentially to procure those. We just don't have enough bank in Oleg's shop to buy them.
Correct.
Cool.
Oleg has
We can
been
get the runes ourselves, right?
so
Or
if
That
you
is
have
effectively the
the
room.
magical crafting feat, you can. I do not know if Gerrit does. I know he has alchemical crafting. I don't know if he's like delved into it further, or even what the level requirement is on it. You might not even be able to get it to level 3 or something.
we couldn't get the rune anyway. It's 35 gold.
Yeah, that's basically what I was saying. Like, we have 35 gold worth of stuff, but not 35 gold worth of purchasing power because Oleg's shop
Yeah.
only goes up to 25.
Yeah.
Okay.
And to give a bit of context, Oleg's been having a very rough time for a while. You would expect that it will take time for him to fully get back up on his feet, and basically this 25 gold number will grow.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm assuming we
So-
can't bank it up.
One other thing that I totally forgot to mention. That is the stuff that he has right now. If there is a specific thing you want, he can get it for you. He can order it for you, but it will take about a week or 2 to arrive. So if you have a 30 gold item that you want to buy, you can give him 30 gold and he sends it with his person as they go to Rostov, and they buy it there and just specifically bring that item back along with the next shipment.
Okay, my next question very quickly then is, what is our current total party funds? How much gold do we effectively have?
Yeah. So how do we go about converting the stuff that we've been capturing and turning that into gold?
He's got plenty of stuff that he can either sell to other people that come by or back in Restov. Anything can be sold at half value. So, like,
So
2 long swords, you can sell it for the price of a long sword.
I know that I need a composite longbow.
And also, anything under the sellable loot thing, like the basic mundane tools and supplies for 15 gold, that is always the actual price you get for it. You don't have that section. You just have, like, equipment style stuff.
Okay, so can we go ahead? Are we all okay with selling everything that's in the sellable loot?
yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
Uh,
let's
As a quick
turn that
reminder,
and
So-
this is the thing where only one person can edit it at a time, or you'll overwrite each other's changes.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So nominate
I'm
one person to do this stuff.
I'm
and they're the one
currently putting 70 gold and removing the sellable loot. That was right. 70, right? Yeah.
yep.
Okay.
Is any of the weapon and armor anything that anyone actually wants any of, or is it also just sell it all for half?
I think it's all sell all for half, maybe.
I think so too.
Let me
Yeah,
see.
yeah. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, there's nothing I need from there.
I'm gonna look up the halberd real quick, and then I think it's the only thing I have a question on. But we can start converting everything else.
I need someone to tell me what the prices are.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
help you out. Just tell me the item and I can look it up.
2 long swords, so 1 long sword.
Long. Well, this was more annoying than I thought. Okay, we're gonna do it. This.
Yeah, that's why I was like, someone else help me.
Long sword is 1 gold each.
1 gold each, so
Yeah.
just 1 gold, so 71. Let's see. Short bow, so half a short bow.
Short bow. Short bow is 3 gold, so half is 1 gold, 5 silver.
Is half a gold 1 silver?
5 silver.
5 silver.
5 silver.
Okay.
Each of the currencies are 10 of the next one.
Okay. Okay.
Next.
And then longbow.
Longbow. A longbow is 6 gold, so half is 3.
Okay. Scale mail.
Oh, I'm in weapons. Do we have any more weapons? Can we just go through all the
Crossbow.
crossbow?
We can spell
Just
the halberd.
regular crossbow. Okay, 3.
Yes, just
3
regular.
gold.
So, are you saying 3 halved, or is that straight 3?
I'm saying there's the total cost of it. I'm not
Okay.
having it.
Okay, got it.
I'll let you do the half.
The halberd will be 1 gold after being halved.
Okay, that'll be 1 after being halved. Thank you.
Also, it had just been a month, so I totally forgot about it. But the swashbuckling man would have asked for his buckler along with his rapier if you'd have given it to him.
Okay.
Give him his weapons back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
so
then-
I'll get rid of the buckler. Splint mail, leather armor, great axe.
Great axe is 2
Big
gold.
money.
+1. And then I think it's 40 arrows.
Probably 0. Arrows are a silver, but it just says
5
arrows
copper.
plural.
I think that's for 20. I'll look it
Okay.
up real quick.
Okay, so
So just put a silver, I think.
1 silver.
Okay.
I
Now
kind
you
of
go
think
to
like it's
armor?
fair that since we're not tracking our own arrow expenditure usage in the future, that we don't necessarily track this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair.
All right, 1 gold, and that's or 1 silver, and that's where we'll leave it. Now armors, scale mail, and splint mail.
Scale mail is 4 gold,
So that's 2.
and splint mail is 13 gold.
Ooh. So that's. Hold on. Let me get scale mail. It's gone. Splint 13. So
Yeah.
6.5.
Yes, from the dwarf who never got to act.
Yeah.
And and leather armor.
Leather armor is 2 gold.
That poor
Cool.
man's 14-page backstory shall never be shared.
Okay.
That would be impressive.
So then let me convert that into another gold. All right, we have 89 gold.
And that was with selling like the necklace and stuff and all that.
Yes.
Okay. That's a pretty good amount of gold.
Yeah.
I have one purchase request that doesn't necessarily have to happen on this buy, but if we have 5 gold to spend on an alchemist lab, that would be nice for me. It'll allow me to actually craft alchemy things during downtime.
How much was it?
5 gold.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's fine.
Robert, do you have any purchases that you want to make?
I'm looking through it. I think I might
My
want to get like a.
purchase is very expensive.
Yeah.
Oh.
I might have to like
I mean-
actually order mine.
It might behoove us to like split the gold up 4 ways, and we can just purchase some of the smaller stuff and put in orders for our stuff.
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah, it depends on what stuff we want right now and
We have 80 gold,
later.
so everybody takes 20 gold, and then we leave 9 in the party.
Yeah, that seems fine.
Sounds good to me.
You absolutely don't have to do this. One thing that I've done before and liked is splitting all wealth with like as if there's one more person in the party, and use that like fifth gold value for things that are just sort of generically beneficial, like healing potions. You never know who's gonna drink it, but it's good to have, and things like that. You don't have to in any way, but it's just a concept.
Very true.
All right. So what do we want to do? I'm okay with the 4-way split just because it makes the math easy.
We might just do that this time and see where we go from there.
Yeah. All right. So everybody take 20 gold, and then
got it.
We're left with 9 in the group party.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom. But yeah, currently the alchemist lab is kind of the only thing that I'm immediately somewhat pining for. I'll eventually maybe hit a time frame of like buying alchemical reagents to craft with, and potentially even I think it might be possible to buy formulas for my book, but that's a future endeavor currently, at least.
And yes, it is a thing that can happen.
Okay, so with these runes, if I were to get a weapon potency rune, I would then add that to my my weapons.
Yeah. So it would basically you would fix it to one weapon, and it would give it a +1 to hit on all attacks.
Oh, it's a +1 to hit, not damage. Okay.
Correct. The following upgrade of striking is +1 die of damage. So if your weapon is a D6, it is now 2d6.
Okay. Then next, I was going to ask, is there a limit to how many runes you can put on one item? Or is it
Yes.
unlimited?
So you get 1 potency and striking. They're like it's basically the same rune that is just upgraded potency, striking together.
Okay.
And then for each +1 of potency, you can have 1 other rune on the weapon of like the more special effects, like frost or whatever.
Okay.
I don't know all of them by head. But the very first one must be potency, because that is the one that basically imbues it with enough magic to hold another enchantment.
Okay.
Is striking the first one of that upgrade essentially?
It goes potency, then striking, then upgraded potency, then upgraded striking, then upgraded potency, then upgraded striking. That is your main line. And then all the like utility augments are in like a different bracket, basically.
Okay, so as soon as you get +1 potency, can you get another one of the things that isn't striking?
Correct. You could.
Okay.
That's gonna be 35 gold though, so I don't know. Doesn't matter. I don't have enough.
I like the idea that this blood-eyed coffee, it's a drug.
Listen, the entire drug system is something that I'm very interested in. There's a lot of really legitimately interesting mechanics that go in it, I feel like. Because from what I understand, it's basically like you're drinking a multi-stage poison, but choosing to fail the first/second saving throw,
Mm-hmm.
and then after that, like it's kind of up to the luck of the dice whether or not your like life gets ruined.
Drugs.
It's like, yes, I would love this coffee. Thank you for the immediate effect. And then afterwards, it's like, well, I'm still making saving throws against the poison I just ingested. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm coming up with a couple things, I think. Do you need a basic crafter's book if you have crafting? Assuming yes.
The crafter's book, I believe, is what holds your crafting recipes. It contains the formulas on page 293 for crafting common items in this chapter. I actually happen to have one.
You
I
get
think for
adventuring gear,
simplicity-
armor, shields, weapons, bunch of flasks.
I'm gonna use my 20 gold to order a composite longbow parts for Ryan to fashion into my composite longbow thing. And that way I'm not taking 95% of his current sellable pile, whatever it's called. And I don't plan on purchasing anything else.
Wait. Okay. I'm trying to mentally run through that sentence again. As far as like unfinished supplies, while you are at Oleg's, you don't need to worry about those. Like you can just with the ability to craft a longbow, you can just pay the gold and spend a day and craft the longbow. That doesn't need to come out of this party fund. You can do that tomorrow.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, yeah. Do that. I'll do that then.
Yeah. Basically, there are plenty of unfinished materials. It is a wilderness trading camp. Lots of raw supplies are in. It's like finished goods that are the limited quantities mainly.
Mm.
So
I could make a chest.
A chest?
Yeah.
Like a box?
Like a box.
Yeah, if you got crafting.
I do. I do have crafting.
So something that like depending on how like what Doomer says about it, like that might be something because it's a like somewhat unique thing, and I'm not sure like it's common items from chapter 6 of the core rulebook that I can craft.
Composite longbow is a common item.
Okay, cool, perfect. In which case we should be able to get that crafted up. He's lickety split.
I can see here also. It's like all the weapons listed. They have a
Okay.
commonality section.
Cool.
Also, I have lied to you. It takes 4 days as like a minimum full price. Then you can spend more to reduce. It is not 1 day.
Okay.
Oh, I see. That
And
might
that's
be
for all
harder.
kinds of crafting.
Yep, just generically.
That's totally reasonable.
I say harder, but then I'm like also, we're not on a time crunch.
Definitely not. Like we can
Which
take
is so
some
weird.
we can legitimately take some days and just like, you know, if we have things that we're looking to whip up.
I'm so used to like every day matters. We gotta go to the next thing. You gotta do it. You can't spend a week sitting in town crafting shit.
So, as a quick note, your charter does assume that you are doing this. If you wanted to just, hey, let's just take a year and do like the tiny earn income every day for a full year and make a bunch of money, they will give that charter to someone else.
Yeah.
But you don't need to worry about it on a let's spend 4 days and craft this kind of scale. Just so long as you are still making general progress.
As long as we're
They'd have to
playing the
come and
game
take
and
the
not
charter
cheating your
first.
system.
It's basically that, but with an in-game reason. That said, I
Okay.
will note that the other entities around you are not static people who wait for your arrival in the module. If you spend an extra 2 weeks, that is everyone else who also spends 2 weeks. Whether that is good, bad, or otherwise is up to you and them and situation. But the world does not pause when you do.
So I'm seeing there's a potency crystal formula inside of the crafting book, and it's 4 GP. And
The crystals are basically like one-use magic items.
because they're talismans.
Yeah.
All right.
4
So
gold. Just a real quick note: 4 gold probably seems super steep for one use of a thing that only costs either 30 or 35. One important note to make is that some things are either immune or heavily resistant to non-magic weapons.
Fair.
So sometimes just having that one turn of, okay, this is a magic weapon now, can make a really big difference if you're fighting something like that.
I see. I don't want to eat up too much of our time looking through all this. I think I'll just choose some of the stuff and I'll look through this before the next session for the next time that we have the ability to.
yeah, I posted
Sounds
what I'm
good.
gonna get for now. The main things I want are the thieves' tools and the wax key blank and the false manacles. I just feel like
False
they come in handy.
Interesting.
Those
Well,
sound like fun
apparently,
items.
the only way to actually get through them, they'll pass inspection unless they roll a DC 20 or perception check, which is not that bad.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Otherwise, they're just as good as regular ones, but these can be used for like faking arrests and all that stuff if we need to.
So yeah, my current thing is just the so to the best of my looking here, I don't actually need a so like for alchemy, there's the alchemist lab that you need to downtime craft alchemy items.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see the equivalent for just like random other things. Like I currently have flint and steel in a repair kit as I was like trying to
So for other stuff, it kind of depends individual item by item. While you're at Oleg's, you can craft just about anything that is not magical. Like he's got the basic kits to make bows, to make swords, to make whatever you're trying to make. If you're out in the woods and you're trying to make full plate, I will want you to explain how you are smelting this metal.
That's very fair. Yeah, so I've got the alchemist lab, it's 5 GP. It's the only thing that I'm fishing for currently.
I have a quick question. So
Yeah.
there's
Oh,
an
wait.
item called concealable picks that's 10 GP. First, it says access member of the Pathfinder Society. What does that mean?
You can ignore that restriction. That is
Okay.
saying that you technically need to be a Pathfinder to buy it. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I
And
just
then-
realized. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, so there's thieves tools for 3 gold, and then there's replacement thieves tools for 3 silver pieces. Then there's concealable picks. It doesn't say that they're replacement picks. What are picks
Replacement
versus?
picks, on a crit fail on any sort of thieves tool of any type, you break your picks.
Okay.
And replacement picks can go with any set, and it's just you need to replacement picks to use them again.
Okay. So I would need concealable thieves tools to do the thieves tool checks, and concealable picks are the picks that go to the concealable thieves tools.
Yes, that sounds right.
Okay.
I will look it up to verify, but that sounds right.
I was gonna say I just remembered that the limit was 25 gold for the party, not per person. So, so I might have went over budget at 15,
Yeah.
depending on what everybody else spends. So,
So far, we got 5 from Gerrit, 15 from you, 0 from me, and then unsure from Kalat.
Yeah.
So if you need to buy something more expensive, I can get rid of some stuff.
Yeah. So all those picks are the replacement ones. So concealable picks are the replacement picks for the concealable thieves tool set.
Yeah. I'm currently at around 5 gold worth of stuff, a little bit more.
5 gold
Then-
would match the 25 perfect.
Yeah, at exactly 5 gold, we hit 25. If you need to go over, I can get rid of my thieves tools or the net and wax key blank to make room for another 5.
If you're just looking through. Snare kit is pretty expensive. Oh, this is for crafting snares, and
Yeah.
you would need to have the snare crafting feat in order to use it anyways.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of snare crafting feats that go along with that.
Okay.
Also, if we do want to spend 4 days to craft stuff, then while Gerrit's crafting this composite longbow, then you could be crafting something also, Robert. Isn't
True.
that why you
I
don't
don't-
have to order it or purchase it whole?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Like,
currently don't have
one of them.
anything crazy expensive to make, but okay, I think I'm just gonna go with this, and then I'm sure there's gonna be more that comes up as I look through the rest of it, but we can deal with that on the next one.
And just as a quick note on the craft, there is a slight risk to it. If you fail the roll, you just in the 4 days you don't craft it. You can try again using another 4 days for a total of 8. If you crit fail the roll, same thing, but you also ruin 10%, really 5%, because 10% of half. So 5% of whatever it would cost for the item that you need to like rebuy a couple materials, and that gold is just lost.
Understandable.
Okay.
What's
then
what would the like DC be? Is it like a standard DC like the medicine checks?
It's based on the level of items for like your basic common weapons kind of thing. DC is going to be 15.
Okay. Yeah.
Looks like we
This,
need
math
two
checks out.
extra gold, so I got
Alright.
rid of my net and my wax key blank.
I choose not to eat ever again. I'm gonna subsist purely off of ration tonics.
Oh no.
Delicious.
It's faintly
Did you
fruity.
say radish tonics?
You would hear that.
You said we were 3 gold over?
I thought we were 2 gold. I
You're
thought
2
I
gold?
thought I was. So I put back my net and wax key, but I may have counted wrong.
Robert, do you want to try and craft with these tools? Just so that we can fit in all the things that we want? Or no?
I might be saving that craft for something more expensive.
It's fine. I don't need the net and wax key. I just thought they'd be cool.
Okay. So hold on. How much is the net? And you said we're 2 gold over.
They were each 1 gold. So.
Oh, you didn't add the 2 GP next to the lock pour, did you? That's a typo.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, that's for the upgraded lock. I'm gonna stick with the lock that's poor for now. So it's only 2 silver pieces for that guy.
So that's how many silver pieces? 13?
Yeah. So I got 1, 7, 9 silver, and then 1 gold, 9 silver. 4 gold, 9 silver is my total. thing there.
Hey.
Oh well, then that
perfect.
was under 5 then.
Nice.
So
Nice.
I can have everything.
Dope.
And if we're cool with it, taking a couple days of downtime here, I can attempt to craft my buddy the bow that he's been
Our backstory! Woo!
bugging me for.
Our specifically crafted backstory for such that I could get the thing that I need while also leaking our backstories. Yay!
Is anyone still
question.
making immediate purchases, or are we good to move to craft rolls? Did we say something, Robert?
So to craft stuff, how does that function again? Sorry.
So it takes 4 days, and assuming you are just trying to craft it and you're not spending like the time on top to try and reduce price further, DC is dependent on what you're making, but for most of this common stuff, it's going to be either 14 to 16 range. If you give me an exact item, I will let you know. But you make the roll. If you pass the roll, you craft the item in 4 days. You don't get a discount. It's just 4 days and you make it.
Okay.
If you fail the roll, you don't do it, but you can just do it again in another 4 days. If you crit fail the roll, the same thing, but you also just like waste 5% of the total price of the item and materials that you need to rebuy. So
Okay.
like that 20 gold composite longbow, if you crit fail this, you waste 1 gold of materials.
I see. Okay, so it's full item price. It's just your crafting instead.
Correct.
Okay.
The main benefit of crafting is not discount, it is availability.
Okay. So there's scrolls of the first level. There's a potency crystal. There's
And
also
also, for magical crafting, you need the magical crafting feat. Unless that was just talking about buying from Oleg.
oh, okay.
You have the formulas, you just don't
got
have the ability to craft them.
Right. And so the basic skill book says, here's the basic skill or basic formulas. By the way, good luck.
Yeah. The basic book, it's mainly focused on like, now you can craft short sword. Now you
Mhm.
can craft thieves tool replacement picks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I might try and craft some replacement picks then just cuz.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
All right. Replacement picks will be DC 14. Composite longbow will be DC 15.
Okay. Let's
Let's
get
see some crafting checks.
crafting. Crap.
Crack.
Both of those
Crap.
fail, but neither crit fail. So you can just remain in town in Oleg's for another 4 days and just try this again if you would like.
What do you guys think? You okay with that, or do you want to?
Yeah, it seems totally fine. Let's embrace the downtime activities.
Yeah. Are we? While we're at Oleg's, we're not using rations, correct?
Correct.
That's good.
He is happy to provide you guys with poor quality but sustaining food.
Yeah.
Though actually, one other thing. So this is still sort of in that first day, though not in the first meeting. It's like
Mhm.
people have broken apart. You're beginning to do the crafts, and later that evening, Oleg comes back out to the group of you and says, "I would like to apologize. I was perhaps ruder than I should have been upon your first arrival. I must admit, I was disappointed when I found that you weren't the guards sent to stay here. I thought you'd just be off, never seen again, or worse, just be bandits yourselves. You have my thanks, each of you."
No offense, guys, but if I saw me walk into the outpost, I would think the same thing.
I think your worry was reasonable.
We're about halfway to a ragtag group.
I have but one more request, if I might ask it of you.
Flattery and then the request. Go ahead.
There was something else taken.
Was it a dog
Not-
or your daughter? We can turn this into a movie very quickly.
He is briefly stunned.
I'm sorry, like a play.
I don't know where it went. I don't believe they were affiliated with the bandit gang, but about a month ago, a hunter, during the night while Svetlana and I were asleep, he broke into the house and he took a few things before he fled. Now, most of these are of no importance in the grand scheme of things, but Svetlana's grown unwell without it. Her necklace, it is... I do not pretend to understand how. It is an ancestral necklace, and it ties her together. Over the weeks without it, she's grown absent of mind. She is not the woman that I love, that I married. But I have no idea where it could be or how to find it. I realize that this is as much of a long shot as it can be, and that I have even less to go off of than Jod with his request. But if you happen to find a necklace of a raven, please bring it back.
Audible wipe sweat off forehead. All right, we didn't just sell it.
I was
I
like,
think selling him his own necklace and then him being like, quest to find necklace would have been a little awkward.
Just like Skyrim, you must find the dragon stone. Oh, you have it.
I ask him, has your wife always had this necklace?
Since I first met her.
Do you say it's a heirloom from her family?
Yes. Something. It's. It links her ancestry together in a way that does not make sense to me.
You, don't mind me asking, Oleg, is your wife a human?
He gives a nod. She is. She's from down south, nearly 500 miles. I first met her when I was serving in the army. But that is neither here nor there. The point is, she is of a different culture than we. And her people are more connected by lineage than us. I had not realized how pronounced the effect would be. Nor did she, for that matter, until it was too late.
Well, if we come across it, we'll certainly be happy to help out your wife.
Thank you.
We hear any
He'll-
rumors, we will.
hold on. The detective in me is going off. So this necklace was that pivotal to your wife?
Yes.
That does she wear it all the time?
She would
or-
every day. She would
Then
never wear it at night.
oh,
That is when it was taken.
all right. That answers my question.
He then provides a pretty good description of a man. You would likely be able to recognize him if you've seen him. Also, Colin, I think you are muted.
Man that looks like description, huh?
Man that
Man
looks
that
like
looks like description.
description.
Not this again. No.
I knew it. I knew he'd be here. I wrote it into my backstory.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, down to help out Mr. Oleg.
Yeah. A little sketched out about the necklace that keeps his wife sane, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah, how weird does this come across as, like, I mean, maybe not to me, but like general population adventure types? Is this
It's
like
definitely odd. Like,
Okay.
it's not, this is unbelievable and there's clearly something else at play, but it's definitely not like, oh, another one of these.
okay?
I'm kind of like, man, I kind of feel like maybe his wife got given a cursed necklace when she was a kid or something along those lines. It'd be worth investigating when we find it.
She starts turning into a hag.
I'm not gonna say that I. All I'm saying is I smell some hag shit and.
Okay, question. If Gerrit found a necklace that completely suppressed his hagness, would he put it on and wear it? Maybe
Great
too early in the
question.
question. Maybe
That's
was
a
something to
that's
find
a
out in the
that's a
campaign.
great question.
All right.
Until then,
Yeah.
another 4 days of crafting.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So just to explore the system a little bit, would I be able to earn income with crafting during this time instead?
and not be crafting something, to clarify?
Yeah.
Yeah. You could do that. It is admittedly very small amounts, but you
See
might be
that.
able to pocket a couple silvers.
But also like something potentially that like using something like earn income could be something that our companions are doing during this time.
Yeah.
That we're-
If you've got a skill that you can earn income off of, the others may be able to do that, should you wish to.
Mhm.
It is up to you if this is a bit of a vacation for you, or if this is grinding for making a bit of tidy profit.
Yes. Thievery? Is that a skill I could
just gonna
Looks
rob
like,
a
uh,
lifeline.
Crafting, lore, and performance are the ones.
I have ocean lore, but I don't know how I'm gonna make money off of that right now.
Yeah, if you use a lore, it needs to be something that you can explain how you would make money in context. If you're performing, you need to have an audience big enough to acquire money, which Oleg's trading post does not. Crafting could be used to make profit.
What about deception? Can I just lie into having money?
Perhaps in a big
Pointing
city.
back to the thievery statement earlier.
Yep.
What are you talking about? This is a silver piece.
Okay, so this income to earn chart is income earned per day based on how well you succeed at it.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I want to try that instead of making thieves tools.
In Oleg's, your only task level available is 0.
Ah,
Fair.
There is not a grand marketplace that you can operate
Right.
with. But basically, it is a DC 14, and if you make it, you get 5 copper. I will also allow like bundled check, so like if you're doing this for 4 days, you can make 1 check, and whatever happens, you just get 4 times what you'd get from it.
okay. Mm,
Gonna go ahead and make my crafting check real quick.
Go for it.
Go
Woo!
for it.
Yeet! Ah, damn it!
No! I'd like to use my hero point.
wait. Then I'm actually gonna try and do my like thieves thing again
Mhm.
instead.
Go for it.
My page is gone. 1 second.
Making money is hard. Loving you is easy.
Tells you a lot about how D&D society works there.
It's
huh?
a living that's hard.
Yeet.
Nice.
I've
That is a
created
pass.
replacement picks.
Nice.
Ah. I look over. Where's the bow?
Still working on it.
Another 4 days.
I'm perfectly fine with that.
My
Bugs.
vote is that if we don't make this one, then we head out.
Okay, sounds good. I
I've just been
will.
walking around
Yeet.
working with the prisoners.
We had a breakthrough.
I was extremely hesitant about it, but I'm like, this is the last one. We're leaving after this.
Also,
I'll just.
sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I was gonna spend my downtime with just earning income at this point.
Go ahead and make a roll. Just 1 roll for all 4 days. Whatever you get, it's for all 4.
Yeet.
There you go.
All right. A crit success basically advances
That's level
you
+1.
by 1, so it's a task level 1 pass. So
Mhm.
instead of 5 copper per day, you get 2 silver per day.
Nice.
Yeet.
So
That's
that is 8 silver.
Nice. That's almost a gold.
Okay.
Also, 5s. Just as you've been working with the prisoners, you notice that one of them seems like genuinely repentant, and the other 2 feel like this is their best course of action. Is kind of the feeling that you're picking up.
Okay.
Does anyone want a
I'll
longbow?
leave them to their devices.
Like a regular longbow.
No,
I think you
not
sold
for me.
one of those.
All right, I'm selling another one.
Okay.
And I no longer need mine.
Composite longbow for your boy.
Thank you. I shower Gerrit in praise and at his intelligence and craftiness.
And arrows.
And arrows.
Praise and arrows.
Oh, we sold 40 arrows. We might have wanted to keep those.
He's got it. In which case, I think that's brings us to the end of our downtime. We can maybe try to hit up So are we something I wanted to make sure we asked as we like kind of entered the hex crawl section was these hexes that are immediately attached to Oleg's trading post, are these just like free spaces or do we need to explore these?
So
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask that too.
the ones like along the road are free spaces. This one is not.
You're gonna have to be more
Which one
specific
is-
with this one.
Sorry, the one you are currently in needs to be explored.
Okay.
The ones north of it, like all along the South Rostland Road, those ones are already explored. That is like basically the border of Breville.
Cool.
I say we explore the one we're in right now then. That sounds like a good idea. Just start from the top, make our way down.
Yep.
Also, horse situation. Horse feed. I forget what the rules were. It was like if you was there two options? There's slowly moving them and grazing them, and then there's bringing horse feed. But were there two options for bringing horse feed, or is it just like bring as much horse feed as you can?
So horse feed Oleg just gives you for free. It's very
Yeah.
cheap, and he's thankful to you. You are really limited by weight on horse feed, not any other option. Which I know was said a month ago, and I'm trying to remember the exact numbers.
Okay.
You currently have 4 horses, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have 5
I
days of
think-
fast travel written down.
Yeah, that's right. When you restock with 4 horses, you can go to 5 days. If you get more horses, that number of days will increase because those are horses that don't need to carry a person, so they can carry a whole lot of extra food.
Okay, so I'm changing our horse feed back up to 5 days.
Nice. Yeah, let's explore this hex that we are in.
Yeah, that seems like a great plan.
Also, advance the calendar.
Yes.
You're currently still on the 8th,
I'm on
but
it.
it's been 12 days of crafting.
So we are. Oh, right. So it's been 12 days of crafting, so that puts us at the 20th of Farast.
And one quick moment.
We
This
explore
is the
the area
hex
around
that
us,
has
and we
the.
find another trading post.
This is the hex that has the giant golden temple.
Wow, is that easy?
It was in Oleg's basement the whole time.
You found me up. Now you must die.
The real treasure are the hidden temples we met along
Oh
the
god,
way.
no. All right, no.
He's wearing the necklace too.
Galaxy Brain. We find a a covered path that like leads off of Oleg's, and then it leads out to, and we find an identical Oleg's trading post, and we have to figure out which one's the real one.
And which
I'm
one's the
stealing
mimic?
all of his later quests.
Oleg is actually Dovin.
Oh shit.
Tevin, let me introduce you to the very special D&D rule, which is that when you say stuff like that in group chats, the DM takes it and steals it and makes it their own. So careful what you say.
Don't worry, Colin's been doing it all water deep.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I love it. It's my favorite activity. Exactly.
You're meandering around this large area of plains. Oh, sorry. One other thing quick to mention. Exploring inherently involves moving slowly, taking frequent breaks to just plot out the map and geography and the like. So you do not use horse feed on the day you explore because you can just basically graze for free, so long as you are in land appropriate.
Fair.
Right.
So
one thing to note, like while we're going through, I'm having to do a bunch of work on it, but the chest and lock that I buy, I'll be leaving in town.
Okay. Up in the top left, you all have a number of like different Roll20 tools. One of them is a line tool. that is how you will mark explored hexes. What color you want to pick for your group is up to you, but basically what you're going to do is you're just going to outline the borders of this hex once it's explored. Though don't do that actually quite yet, because before you get through it, you spend about 4 hours meandering around, mapping it out, and getting a good feel for the planes around you. When you spot something, it's a good perhaps 300 yards away still, and doesn't seem to have noticed your group. Wave. This is a creature you've seen before during one of your watches. A large, roughly 5 foot tall, massive toad with huge fangs jutting from it. Though this one seems to wear a saddle, and mounted upon it is a strange frog-like humanoid. One quick moment, I will.
Is it Gripply? Is that a Pathfinder thing or a D&D thing? I don't remember.
Gripply are. They are small, like 2 to 3 foot tall frog-like creatures. This one's closer to 6 foot tall. It is definitely not the same. Whoops, that's.
Meanwhile, Gerrit in the background pouring like his newest drug concoction of enlarged potions onto Gripply's.
There we go. I've spelt it wrong like 6 times in a row. In art, this is the creature, and the rider looks sort of like this.
Okay.
They seem to be moving relatively slowly through the plains, about your walking speed on foot.
Okay.
Good question. Would like a racial / bestiary book be something of purchase?
Yeah, you'd be able to get like a common creatures and beasts by region kind of book. That's something that is reasonable. Not
I would
so
love to have gotten that.
not necessarily everything in it will be guaranteed truth or relevant, but
Mhm.
it will be a collection of writings. I would say the minimum you can pay is going to be about 3 gold for it. You can pay up to like 100, and the more you pay, the better quality, more reliable, more information, that kind of stuff it is likely to have.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, so I think I would have put in an order for like 10 gold. And we were there for like 12 days, right? Would that be possible to have retroactively gotten, or should I wait for the next procurement?
It would not have arrived yet, but you can have done that while you were there.
Okay, I will mark that down.
And that is something that, if you wish, you may just add a category to the party inventory of like orders not yet arrived or something like that.
Okay.
Cool.
That being said, is there anything we do know about these things, or just like it's the frog thing?
Give me a nature and a society check each.
A nature and a society.
Ooh.
One nature. Yeah, that's about what I expected. And society.
I'm actually pretty good at these. Nature and society. By that I mean I can only roll 10s.
You gotta stop it. Every time you're like, I'm actually pretty good at these, except for the fortitude save. You've rolled a 10 every time. Instantly, it's a 10.
Nature and society.
Hey.
One of those is +0. One of those is +6.
All right. So, as far as the frog-like creature, the mount, Kalat, you recognize this as a. Oh, I just closed the page. As a slurk.
Close the book. As a what?
A slurk, they are called. They are large frog-like animals. They have powerful tusks. They're animalistic intelligence, though they are carnivorous, and they are often used as mounts by boggards, which is what is riding it. One other thing that you also know, the massive frog has a strange slimy grease from it. It can easily just squirt it out, and it is known to make the ground slippery enough to just fall from attempts to walk upon it, and can even entangle or potentially disarm someone of their weapon if they simply lose hold of their grip. As far as what you'd know about boggards, and this is something Fives knows as well, they are a species that dwells in the riverlands, never more than at least a day or so from a river, lake, or swamp. They are intelligent species, a little dull, but certainly far above animals. And they are known as rather cruel creatures. While not all of them, the majority of them tend towards rather evil cannibalistic societies, and they get equal delight from inflicting terror as they do pain.
Kinda asshole.
Two other things that you would know. Fives, with your huge roll on these, you would know that they possess an ability to emit a croak, something that triggers some sort of primal response in most humanoids, and can frighten at just the sound. Additionally, their tongue is about 10 feet long and can wrap around someone, pulling them close.
Okay.
And it hasn't spotted us yet?
Nope. It seems to be moving to the west. Doesn't seem to notice you. If you're wishing to just walk on by, you likely can.
I look at the group and probably see that Fives probably has some recognition of this as well. It's like, this is probably not something that we want wandering around our trading post.
It's so close
You
to
catch my drift.
Oleg's.
And I give a brief rundown of the general chaos that they tend to bring and that they revel in and torture and such. And I alert the party to what the amount is.
Yeah, and I tell them that if we do want to fight, you got to make sure you watch out for its tongue. You know, try and stay 10 feet away. If you have ranged attacks, that's the best choice.
Interesting. Certainly seems like something that we wouldn't like lingering around or using this as a walkway on a regular basis.
From this far away, could we make some sort of assessment on its combat capabilities?
I would say you'd need to get closer to tell anything like out of the ordinary, but just on like a species level, you would know that boggards tend to be naturally a little stronger and more well built than humans, but not by any like vast degree. Considering you see a spear on this one, you would assume that it is some sort of warrior or hunter, so it's unlikely to be totally unfamiliar with battle.
Listen, we can't turn down every challenge in front of us if we're going
True.
to.
This will be a good test for the Stag Lord.
And we also could perhaps collect some of the greasy excrement that might come in
This is
handy.
just gonna be a common.
Let's
I'm not
fucking
going
go
back to
after
the
it.
alchemical lab that was set up recently.
I think that it would be good for the country if we were to rid this menace and collect its glands. For no
Well,
We do
particular
have
reason.
ranged capabilities in the party now. We pelt it from afar, and when it draws close, we can focus it down.
I will say I can use my composite longbow. However, I'll be infinitely better with it next level. But yeah, when I
Fair,
get my
fair,
monastic archer stance. But yes,
I do have
can
ranged
use it.
attacks.
Also, just as a
So-
quick note, Wave, what is your bow? I know you've bounced around a few different ideas. Is it actually like a longbow in conventional sense?
No, it is like a large like crossbow thing. So like I put on my arm and like
Hmm.
fire like a crossbow.
Sort of like
Okay,
a
okay.
crossbow gauntlet in a sense.
Yeah.
I
Like
think I have a good image of what that would look like.
I like it. I'm into it. I'm not the most effective at range, but I at the very least have a sling that I can make use of. Actually,
Just hit it with splash damage.
Wave, are you currently trained in it, or is it just that you get extra bonuses next level?
I'm currently untrained in it.
You can just be trained in it.
Oh. Well, would you look at that?
You will get it next level, and spoiler alert, you will level up after the session. So I am fine with you having it for this fight.
I figured. Sweet.
You learned how to use it over this fight.
What is on this thing? Oh, tell me the range, you fool.
All right.
Yeah, I'm totally down for like staging a little like ranged assault here. That
Yeah.
seems totally reasonable to me.
I honestly, my weapon's not that great against this right now. So if one of you guys can open its mouth, I can try and throw in some radishes. I'm
Not a
being
bad
dead
idea.
serious.
Not a bad idea.
But it'll get close enough that we have to start attacking it,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
it'll catch
Presumably.
us up
We're
to
just
us
gonna weaken it
eventually.
before it get. Yeah, that's a big thing. Okay, I think we're ready to attack.
How far away do you wish to be? You're in a pretty wide open plains area,
Mhm.
so we are going to do this one theater of the mind, as there's not hugely
Yeah.
relevant terrain in the way.
Okay.
My range increment is
my-
100 feet.
My range increment is 120.
And mine's
so probably
50.
100 feet.
So I'll let you guys open up, and I'll
I'm
just be
20.
I'll be prepped with my sling. Yeah, I'm 50, and then I'm more effective at 20. So
Yep.
All right,
I'm
so
100.
100 feet away.
100 feet
Yeah.
away.
It's looking the other way, so you can make it up to 100 feet without it gathering its attention.
Got to turn on some
Um,
battle music. 1 second.
Find your suitable boss
Right.
frog battle music.
All right, hold on.
If only there was like a collective DJ room we could go to where we could play Spotify music.
They have those.
You have those.
Open to music solutions. Like, as a quick note, if anyone wants to take up the mantle of musician, I am all on board. It's just I've tried it before and I found that it is one too many things for me to manage while I'm actively playing a game.
That's fair.
Heard. I'm not streaming, so therefore I can play copyright music.
Oh, I just realized I am. I cannot.
I've been just kind of chilling with some whatchamacallit, some Twitch
Can
soundtrack.
Oh.
Just
I mean,
hanging out.
Kevin, honestly, you probably could. But
Yeah, I
anyway,
know I
not getting
could.
into the weeds
Who's
of
gonna
things.
watch?
I'm recording you all.
Yeah. How would you like us to do this?
So, you basically automatically win initiative. It doesn't know you're there. So
Nice.
we are for at least this combat going to continue with the group initiative system. So
Right.
you guys may open up your attacks. Everyone's very first attack in the round, it will be flat-footed for. Any follow-ups, it won't be.
That's
Okay.
you two. And then me and my buddy are prepping.
Yup.
And you have a 50 foot range increment? right?
Yes, I have a 50 foot.
So you can attack at this range, but you do have a penalty with it.
Oh, well if I can, I'll go ahead and make a
You can sling a rock though.
sling a rock.
And also, are you shooting the boggart or the slurk?
Oh, great question. Definitely the
we-
boggart.
Yeah. Okay. Boggart.
Seems reasonable.
Well, actually, if my ray of frost hits the slurk, it's slowed. if it's a crit success. And it's flat-footed. I'm going to
Yeah.
aim for the slurk on the first attack.
All right. So, arrow coming at the boggart.
I'll aim for the
beam of
boggart
cold
too,
at the slurk.
and the
Okay.
rock.
So that sling
Yay.
rock flies out,
For me,
bounces into the boggart, but just
oh yeah,
bounces right off.
Fair.
There's not enough to hit it past of its natural resilience and hide. However, that longbow shot does pierce into it for 7.
Pew.
7. And the ray of frost, you're aiming, trying to like predict where it's going, but as you begin to fire it, it seems alerted by the bow and slingshots, and it suddenly turns, stopping short as the beam of frost hits just a couple inches in front of it, missing.
For the rest of my turn, I will use Magus Potency on my weapon.
nice
What's that do? Oh, that's +1 potency. Yep.
item.
I assume for me, I just stand here and keep shooting it because there's not really other actions to take.
Go for it.
Oh yes.
I'm afraid not.
You know,
I'll go ahead and use my other 2 actions to take out and drink one of my Drakeheart mutagens.
Okay.
Just as a preparatory thing. And then next turn I'll reload.
All right. Its turn then. If no one else has anything.
I can't do anything until it gets within 20 feet.
The slurk turns towards. Oh, so something you can do, if you would like, you can just ready an action. So if it does get within 20 feet of you, you can just throw on its turn.
Oh, cool.
Gives you
Yeah,
something to do.
I will ready an action. Do I have to? I don't roll. I just I'm just ready.
you don't roll until it happens. If it happens.
Okay, so for that, can I do my devise a stratagem and then use it on the ready action, or does it have to?
Can you
Do I
post a
have to do
devise
devise a stratagem on the exact turn?
Can you like link the chat of it?
Yes. Give me a second. Where is it?
What?
Depends on what a round means.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Would it wouldn't carry over
I would
until?
think that round basically means until your next turn. So I will say yes, you can do that. You can devise a stratagem and then ready an action.
Okay, so I'm going to devise a stratagem then. So then roll a d20. Well,
Also, you need to declare who you are devising the stratagem against.
Well, it was going to be the big frog underneath, but it's the slurm.
Slurk.
I have 0 confidence to hit that thing while it's charging me. I'm gonna aim for its rider.
Yeah, you can see that that's not gonna work while it's moving,
It's
but maybe the
defenseless.
boggart will be easier. As its turn, as the large frogish slurk turns towards you and just begins rapidly galloping as this massive frog moves at you. It uses all 3 of its actions to stride, getting 10 feet away from the closest of you. This also triggers your readied action. 5s.
All right, attack!
And we run.
Assuming you're
One
aiming
of us
for
will
boggart.
live.
Yeah. I'm aiming for the boggart.
nice.
Much
And
better.
that will strike into it, a heavy blow hitting it for 6.
All right, so I only get the 1 action. I don't get multiple actions.
Correct.
Okay.
And so that is all of the slurk's actions. The boggart opens
I have a
up
question.
its mouth. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So could he ready 2 actions, like throw and then reel in?
It is 2 actions to ready a 1 action thing.
Okay. Cool.
The boggart opens out its mouth, and a long tongue flies out, reaching for you, 5s.
Ah, 5.
I
No.
sidestep and drop a radish in the
Let me open up my quick reference page because I closed that on accident earlier. There we are.
He shun pose and becomes a radish.
Use the ninja replacement technique.
Uh-oh.
The tongue flicks out and just immediately wraps around your arm and yanks you in 5 feet closer to it. You
Sever
are
your
now
arm.
adjacent.
Ha! You just got me in the lethal range.
Then, with its mouth open, it emits a loud croak, near deafeningly loud. Everyone make me a will save.
I believe I have something for that.
Oh, wait, hold on. I believe I have something for that. It's a -1. And a
Oh,
not
my-
particularly high modifier anyway.
Hold on.
That's a 7.
Where are the? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I need the feats for. Somebody find Streetwise. I'm trying to find it. Streetwise and haughty something. Haughty obstinacy.
Oh, haughty obstinacy. I like that.
Society modifier instead of diplomacy modifier to gather information?
No. Then it's not
It's-
Streetwise. It's haughty obstinacy. Then.
Haughty obstinacy makes it harder for foes to order you around. Oops. If you roll a success on a saving throw against a mental effect that attempts to directly control your actions, you critically succeed instead.
Okay. Never mind then. It's not trying to directly control my actions, is it?
Nope.
I don't
If
think
like
so.
something that charms or compels you, that would apply, but not on this one.
Also
Alright,
works
then,
if someone's trying to coerce you or intimidate you, which is pretty nice.
Okay then. What was I rolling?
A
Will?
will save.
I will save Will.
As you hear this croak, you just feel some sort of primal terror in the back of your mind as all of you gain the Frightened 1 condition,
Oh no.
except for Gerrit, who
What?
has Frightened 2,
Ah!
as you have crit failed this roll.
Oh,
Ah!
yikers.
Ah!
After the shout, the boggart says something else, still seeming well able to speak despite its tongue being wrapped around Fives' arm. Though I don't believe anyone here speaks boggart as a language.
Oh, man.
Actually, oh wait, whoops! I accidentally clicked on that.
I was about to say, if anyone actually would, it would be.
it would be me.
If you imagine a tongue wrapped around somebody, that kind of looks like boggart language.
Then, finally, with his spear, he jabs out, stabbing into Fives.
No,
Quick
5.
refresher on what Frightened 1 does.
Gives you a -1 to basically everything that involves a d20 on your side or theirs. So your DCs are reduced by 1, your saving throws, attack rolls are reduced by 1, your AC is reduced by 1, your skill checks are reduced by 1.
You can automate it too. On the right side, there's a list of conditions. If you click on frightened and then hit the plus arrow to make it to go to +1, it'll automatically subtract it from everything.
That's very handy. Thank you, Colin.
Conditions. Oh
This
yeah, I
is the
saw the
first
conditions thing
2e
today.
game I've played in Roll20, so I don't know most of the tricks and
Right.
tools of 2e character sheets yet. You've all used them far more than I.
I just figured it out. So
Yo, that's hype.
But what is your AC? He does not crit you with the stab.
So you take a status penalty to all your checks and DCs. Is your AC considered a DC?
It is.
Yep.
Okay.
It's very rarely like mentioned as such, but it is.
ACDC.
Fives, you are stabbed for 10 points of damage.
Holy
Yeah.
jeez! Are
That's
we
what I
in-
like to see.
Uh-oh, guys. Uh-oh, guys. Uh-oh, guys. Uh-oh, guys.
We're fine.
And with that, it is all of your turns. As a reminder, the frightened condition at the end of your turn automatically drops by 1.
Okay.
Ooh.
Who wishes to
we-
act? Currently,
we can
Fives is
leave
the only one next to it.
We can leave him as a sacrifice and
Uh-huh.
okay, so can we hit the boggart with melee?
It
Or
is
is he too high
currently. Oh yeah, like if you move up to it, yes, you can.
Is
It's only like 5 feet off the ground, so you can easily strike at it.
before you run up, is Fives within 5 feet of it, or was he attacking it at
Yes,
longer
he
range?
was. The tongue pulled him to within 5 feet.
Okay, cool.
It's only got one arm of mine, right? I still have my other arm.
It's like loosely wrapped around your arm. You can still use both. It's just
Oh, okay.
you will not be able to leave unless that arm leaves you.
The arm leaves me.
Fair.
It is a way to get off.
I wait for Gerrit to like
Yeah,
do his thing.
I'm not
Additionally,
going
the slashing
to.
weapon can potentially cut the tongue.
Yeah.
Noted.
Sorry for that mental picture, but
I like
it might
that.
free Fives.
So I'm not gonna be able to do the whatchamacallit, but I will I'm gonna save my bombs because a lot of them are all of them are splash damage currently. But I will move up and attack.
All right, one action to stride forward, and then two
Yes.
left.
And then I will swing for one against the
You've got your
I mean this does
sling out, don't you?
yeah, I would just be dropping the sling though.
You can let go of an action as no action. It's an action if you wish to like stow it in a bag.
Yeah.
Like if right now you just have to flee, that you no longer have a sling.
That's I'm not too worried about that, but I understand the things. I'll just be swinging at it, at the thing that's on top, the boggart.
Boggart.
With one, and
that will miss.
I will be swinging at it again, just in case.
That
guys.
also misses.
Guys, please help.
After
trying
you
to-
shark stance.
I shake off one level of my frightenedness.
All right. So Wave, that is your turn. You're just moving up and
Yep.
getting ready.
Yep.
Okay.
I move into flank.
Since all four of you are now next to it, so everyone can be flanking. You can basically be a plus around it.
Okay.
Plus
I move
formation.
up and I attack with the spell strike.
Take a swing. At who? At who?
The boggart.
Okay.
All right. So how work here? I can click this. Does it automatic? So I get a bonus to roll of 1 due to the potency. Does it automatically factor in frightened? Presumably.
Colin, you said it did that, right?
It'll
It changed
automatically-
everything on my sheet. Yeah.
Yeah, everything on my sheet also changed.
Yep.
Boop. Aha!
And that hits,
Nice.
slashing into the frog for 8. Well, the frog human.
Yeah. And then telekinetic strike activates. Or telekinetic projectile.
Mm-hmm. Give it a roll.
Boom.
Let's see. You don't have anything that is already built in the flanking bonus, do you? To clarify.
Oh no, I've not been using flanking. I didn't
Okay,
add in the bonus
that
to that.
brings that to a hit then.
Nice.
Okay, sweet. So take 4 damage. Have at thee.
How about the
Extra 4 from the rebound. With the arrow shots that it took coming in and the sudden pummeling once it got up close, it seems to be taking some damage, but it's not down yet. Fives. You are able to fully do everything except for move. And if you wish, you can spend an action to try and escape from the tongue.
I'm going to attack. Well, actually, I'm going to recall my. Oh, wait. Okay. So if it's on a mounted creature, I guess, and my acolytes have the ability to trip if they are extended, and somebody is, near the rope, which I assume that he would be.
Yes.
So what would the tripping action do in this? Would it do anything? Would it knock him off, or would it just not do anything?
I would say it depends. You could sort of like pull it low or pull it high and aim for either the slurk or the boggart. If you trip the boggart, he will also fall off the slurk.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the trip.
All right. I believe that is an athletics check.
I thought it was still a roll. Maybe I'm wrong.
It is an athletics roll.
Sorry, I'm in an attack roll, but I could be wrong.
It
Uh,
is
if
an athletics roll with the attack trait, so it still counts as an attack in terms of like making a second one gives you a -5 on that second swing.
Okay then. Yeah, let's just go with that. Dang.
However,
yeah.
its saddle seems to keep it securely fastened. You have 2
All right.
actions left.
Well, run away. What do I roll to run away?
To escape, you will need to. Been a while since I've done this. Sorry, 1 second.
As it looks to Five's about to like try and break free and stuff, like he's really weak. You should attack him. A dead foe you don't have to run from.
Yeah, but see, I'd have
A giant frog
I'd have the
isn't dead, though.
-5 to the next attack because I started with a trip.
No.
As a quick note, escape
True.
also has that same penalty. You will have a
Oh, what?
-5 if you attempt to escape now that you've attacked.
Oh, well, I'm just gonna attack.
Yeah.
For future
My
reference-
position stands.
For future reference, if you do want to escape, it is either an acrobatics or athletics check. You can roll either, whatever is better for you.
Okay.
However, a 12 will not strike it.
All
You
right.
have
Well,
one
I guess-
action remaining.
I guess we go for it. Oof.
Wait, hold on.
wait.
Doesn't he have to use one of his actions to pull his weapon
Oh
back?
yeah, you're right.
So it is a throwing weapon that can be used in melee. So since you're next to him, you don't need to throw it at him. You can just bash him.
Well, he threw it the round previous.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So
He had used
sadly,
his
you
first
never
action
get the
already,
chance
yeah.
for that -3 to hit roll.
Hey. That was gonna be the difference maker too.
Um.
Is that also?
But I'm no longer
that's the
frightened.
one.
The plus.
Yep. So no one is frightened anymore except for
I still have one.
Gerrit, who is frightened
Yes.
1.
Pull it
The
together.
Slurk,
Launch time.
you just see some sort of mostly opaque greenish fluid squirt out from it in every direction, coating your legs and feet and the ground around you. Everybody give me a reflex save.
I'm good at those.
Welcome to your 10.
Damn.
Oh, yeah. I have a
Uh,
+7 to
Even if
this.
I
just-
say it, it still applies to you. Apparently.
Hold on.
right?
No, I haven't saved yet. That was Kalat. I just have to. Okay, I
Oh,
do have a
okay.
-1. So I got a -1 to whatever I roll here. A 10.
Since you are stationary and not currently moving, it only impacts you on a crit fail, and no one crit failed.
Nice.
But you get the feeling that it's going to be harder to move on this than it is to just stand your ground.
Okay.
Okay.
That is the entire Slurk's turn. The
Gross.
boggart above him is going to give out another loud croak.
Oh, do
Everyone
it.
give me a will save.
I'm not good at these. No. That's a 5.
Oh no, big frightened.
Gerrit, you go back to Frightened 2. Kalat, Frightened 1. Fives, Frightened 2. Wave, you are not afraid, and you do not need to make any more will saves if it does it again.
Nice.
Nice.
Wait, so does Gerrit crit fail and only go back to 2, even though he's at 1?
It does not add
Okay.
together, it just sets him to 2.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Then the boggart's tongue just flicks rapidly down, almost like cracking a whip, and it tries to take fives down with it.
Oh,
As it slams,
so.
you are just dropped into the slippery grease below.
Was this a damaging attack or just a trip?
He's tripped and he cannot stand, for he is immobilized.
Thank you, based boggart.
Fives, you okay down there? You want
Turning
to take some
delete.
lessons?
He stabs out with the spear.
Did you said who?
Khalid.
Kalat.
Gerrit or Kalat?
Blended your two names. Kalat.
Yep, I needed to know.
Khalid wave.
However,
Kalat.
he does not strike into you. You're able to avoid the deadly spear. He gives that out.
You're too slippery.
Mhm.
but none of you
No.
still speak Boggart.
Point my finger at him. No.
Shoot.
No.
I gotta learn this one.
It is your turns.
I want to punch something. Can I punch something first?
Go punch something.
I want to punch the big guy on the top. Sorry, the small guy on top of the big guy. So I would click this button. Except, oh wait, I have a flurry of blows. So that's this for the first one. I forget. Do I go down to 2 on flurry of blows?
Sorry, what?
Do I take a penalty on my flurry of blows?
Yeah, it doesn't reduce the penalties. It just gives you 2 strikes as 1 action.
Okay.
But that is all that it does.
Okay. So there's
That
my 2
15
attacks.
is not going to hit, nor will the 11,
Oh.
even with flanking.
Oh, really? 7? Oh, jeez. Okay.
Yeah, we've hit on a 19. We haven't landed on 18 yet, I don't think.
I shot an arrow at 18 and it hit him.
Yep.
Okay.
It has 18 AC.
Oh, jeez.
I have a question.
Yes.
If how would one go about getting a boggart off of a giant frog thing? Could I like shove it off, or
Shove or a trip. Either of those on a success will take it off of the mount.
Good, very good to know. There's a thing. I just want to look up what a trip is because I think that's
Wait,
probably
how
going to
did-
be my.
How does backstabber work?
Backstabber is additional damage if they're flat-footed, and flanked gives flat-footed.
Okay.
Oh, flanked is flat-footed, not a +2 to your bonus.
Correct.
Okay.
And forceful is...
Same end result, but
Okay.
I internally think of it as a +2 to bonus because I'm used to 1E, but it ends up in the same place.
On this fight.
I mean, everywhere. That it's just
Oh.
flat-footed is you have -2 AC. I am
Oh,
used to
I
old
thought-
rules of flanked being +2 to hit, but that's the same.
I see.
I was
I
used to
thought
punching it.
flat-footed got rid of your dex mod.
In 1E it did. In this, it is just flat-footed equals -2 AC.
Okay.
I'm going to attempt to trip the boggart off.
All right.
So
The flurry of shark strikes are unable to pierce through its thick, rubbery skin.
I was so close. I'm thinking a 19 on my third attack to hit him.
So this is against its reflex DC, and I'm making an athletics check.
And that is a pass.
Is that including the -2 from the frightened condition?
Should be.
Still is a pass, even if it wasn't.
Okay.
And you said trip, right?
Yes, trip. So
what exactly do you do? How do you do this?
So I'm like kind of in a weird mental state, and basically like one of the combination of thoughts like justifies that what I'm afraid of is this thing in its entire stature. If they were separated, I wouldn't be afraid anymore. So I just like half cover my eyes and reach out with my hag claw and just try to tear it down from its stature.
And with a heavy thud, it lands on the grass. It is prone and flat-footed, though it was already flanked before. So it gets an extra -2 to hit, but you don't get an extra bonus to hit it.
But then follow up with me hag claws, mostly probably not gonna hit, but
and yeah, that is gonna be a miss on him. And third action?
Is there a way to like can I take an action to reduce frightened?
Not frightened. There are some conditions that you can do that for, but frightened is just takes a bit of time to mentally come down from it.
That's totally fine. I think in which case I just try to mad swing away in case it works. Good roll, but
he is able to fend off your blow with his spear.
That's me.
my turn. Then I will imbue telekinetic projectile again and have at thee.
All right. At the boggart.
Yep. Nope, not that one. Roka. Bonus 1. Submit. Damn it. Fucking frightened.
Plus the flanking.
With
Oh, flanking and
flat-footed,
prone stuff.
that is a hit.
Nice.
Yeah.
5 damage. As
Unfortunate.
It seems nearly slain.
No.
Telekinetic projectile.
Telekinetic comes in screaming hot. No.
However,
Oh.
the first
What
cuts
the-
into him, but then he brings the spear down, and as your sword rebounds back against him again, it is deflected off to the side.
I'm rolling like ones on
Fives.
damage here. Hell.
Join the club.
Oh god,
You are in the
doomed.
slimy goop along with the boggart on the ground. Its tongue
And-
still wrapped around you.
And I have a
Oh.
-2 to everything.
Literally just flare your spear around and attempt to hit him.
I don't have a speed. Do I have to stand up to attack, or can I just attack from down here?
You can attack from down here, but you have a -2 to hit. Also, you
Sweet.
cannot stand up while you're grappled by him.
Okay. Let's see. I think I need to recall my weapon, so that's one action.
You've been just bonking him in melee. You don't need
Oh,
to recall
yeah,
it if you're
that's
next to
right.
him. You can just
That's right.
hit him.
That's right. That's right. That's right. So we're gonna attack. Yeah, that seems about right.
Oh no.
And currently
we
opening
go
the window.
again.
What was it rolled? Oh,
Another good damage roll.
Get him! Get him, fives!
the thick rubbery skin is difficult to bash through with your Achilles.
This is a mess. This is a mess.
It goes
Uh,
to their
Oh,
turns.
Don't
Come
forget
on.
to
Literally and
reduce your
figuratively.
don't forget to reduce your frightened conditions, everybody.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Indeed. And on that note, the boggart gives out a terrifying croak. Everyone but Wave, give me a will save.
We're gonna
This
get
is it.
there. A 20.
Yes!
All right.
I got an
collect.
18. Or a
Were you
16.
frightened 1 beforehand? I don't remember who had frightened
I
still
wa-
on them.
I don't have frightened on me at all.
You pass. You don't need to make this anymore.
Mine's a
Gerrit
16.
and fives. Both of you fail. You're just frightened 1. You are already frightened 1. It doesn't actually do anything.
I'm immune.
Wait.
Technically.
The boggart is then going to stab up with its spear at the man who pulled him off his mighty mount.
My AC
Gerrit.
is 17.
He will miss and pull back from his spear for another thrust.
Ah!
And that one will connect into you,
No.
piercing you for 10 points of damage.
Everything's fine.
The
Damn.
slurk
Just go again.
looks around briefly, seeing its master on the ground, and then goes for what seems like the easiest target as it reorients itself towards fives, and then bites out at his prone
What? No,
grappled
no,
form.
clearly the slurk is the easiest target. Eat him! I mean, the boggart. E.
You're able to roll away from it, but it lunges forward with another bite. And this one sinks into you with its long
Ah.
fangs.
Oh god.
For 6 points of damage.
That was all I had left.
Oh no.
It then, seeing you go still, just kind of opens its mouth and just about a gallon of slime just
Oh,
drapes out
God.
over fives, coating him. It does
cooking
nothing
him.
other than make you very slippery. Back to you guys.
This is awful.
All right. I think I might have a lot of action economy here since I didn't expend my spell last turn. So I would like to go
Okay.
first,
Have at it.
Mhm.
stabbing at the boggart. Bonus to roll is 1, not including the prone and stuff.
That is a hit.
Thank you.
For 11, and you cut into it deep, killing the boggart with your blow.
Nice.
That's fine.
Okay. I'm gonna make a second attack at the Slurk. And presumably still flanking?
Yep.
I didn't add it in, but
Not
oof.
enough.
Okay. Then okay, so this spell is definitely going to drop at the end then because I didn't get to use it. I'm going to go ahead and use shield and attempt to get its attention.
All right. The rest of you?
I'm gonna punch this motherfucking frog.
I'm gonna let him punch that frog, and then I'm probably gonna punch the frog too, and also try to help my friend.
I assume I can't disarm the frog.
You are not able to disarm the frog.
All right.
Later
we do have
levels of
flanking,
disarm.
though, right?
Yep.
First attack. Oh, come on.
Unsuccessful.
Second attack.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Third attack.
Not enough. It is-
Fourth attack.
It has equally thick, rubbery skin, it seems.
You can roll damage though. Holy crap.
Yep, definitely can. That crit damage is a
Alright,
little scary.
Gerrit,
I am going to heal my friend. I'm scooch my way over to my buddy.
Uh-oh.
Five.
and as you move at all,
Yes.
give me a reflex save.
Reflex
Oh, no.
save. Yeah.
Alright, you pass
Hey.
keeping your footing, you're able to do so.
I'm a doctor. I got this.
I've seen what you doctorize.
I'm helping my friend, and actually, yeah, this is good. This is good. Medicine. No, motherfucker.
That fails, but you avoid a crit.
At least it wasn't
that
a
is-
crit fail.
That is 2 actions.
Battle medicine is, I think it's
Battle
one
medicine
action.
is a single action.
Yes,
so
so that's-
I meant like your turn.
Oh
has been
yes,
2
I have
actions.
now used 2 actions, and I'll just use my last action to swing up at the guy.
The guy is dead. It's just.
Or
the
I
frog.
mean the frog. That's what I meant.
And that
I
hits,
did it!
cutting into it for 5.
You smack into the frog and he just gets teardrops in his eyes. You hit me.
5s. Give me a death saving throw. It's just a flat D20.
You're gonna be fines. But we're
yeah,
gonna
no. I got this. I
rename
got
you two
this.
after this.
Good vibes. Good vibes.
Your dying condition advances to
Why do we
dying
all
2.
suck so much?
The
I feel like
slurk.
this fight could have been quite easy.
The slurk seems content with the 2 victims it has found, as it just grabs the boggard and 5s in it with its mouth by an arm and a leg, and begins to stride away, just dragging their corpses behind it.
I swear to God.
It gets 25 feet away from the group of you, and it is your turns. Do you allow it its meal?
Well, he was a good companion.
It's nice
a
knowing
good
you
better
fives.
friend.
Oh, you're just starting me down my path of vengeance.
Not if you're dead.
I have a hero point to spend.
I
That
would
only
like
stops it from biting you once.
move twice and then flurry of blows punch it.
Give me a reflex save as you move in the grease.
Oh, I'm not afraid anymore.
You just barely keep your footing. It is difficult terrain, so it will take you 30 feet of movement to reach it.
Okay, well, striding twice gives me
Stride twice
40
will
total.
get you there, so you're
We're
fine.
good.
Yes.
All right, punch. This is not flanking, so this is just this one. I hit it.
For 7, and presumably another punch.
Ah!
That is another hit
We did it. I hit it for things.
for 9, as it seems pretty badly wounded with this sudden fierce flurry.
Shark strikes.
I would like
Trump.
to also run up there with my 25 feet of movement. I think I have to make a save, correct?
Yep, reflex.
Yeet!
You're
I'm
fine.
so determined.
It does not even use your it doesn't count as difficult terrain for you. You can just make it there with one stride action.
Nice. I make it there with one stride action. What is the current geometry of my friend being in this thing's mouth?
It's got an arm and a leg of his that is just sort of gumming down around as the slime just oozes out of its slightly open
Beautiful.
mouth.
I have 2 actions. I use quick alchemy to craft a whatchamacallit, an elixir of life and shove it down
A
my friend's
firebomb.
throat.
Nice.
All right, roll that d6.
And as he like wakes up and I've got my hand on the back of his head, like, all right, don't panic, but you're kind of fucked.
All right,
Oh, I hate
Ives, you wake up. You are grappled. You have an arm and a leg inside of a frog,
And a turn.
and a turn.
I can move my arms completely.
Yeah, you are able to like strike at it if you wish.
Can I drop 10 radishes down its mouth?
Its mouth is slightly agape. You could probably shove a radish or 2 in there, but keep in mind it took several minutes to have any effect on you.
Yeah. Well. All right then. Well,
And I'm gonna
back
shoot a
to
ray of frost
attacking.
at it.
Back to attacking.
'Kay.
Whoa! Did I lose my frightened one from being unconscious, or do I still
yes.
keep it?
You forgot that you were afraid while you were unconscious.
Oh, now that I'm in this frog's mouth, I'm no longer afraid. It's quite cozy in here.
Ah, yes.
Keeping up the attacks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Woo!
Oh,
It's
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of the sound of if you just like took a stick and just hit a stake with it. Just
Like one of those steak hammers.
All right. I'm just gonna shoot it with a ray of frost.
all right.
Damn it.
The
No, you're
beam of
not.
frost hits it, but just seems to chill some of the slime pooling around it, not actually reaching to the creature itself.
I will attempt to move out of this slime.
Reflex.
We're
And you are able
slime-proof.
to do so.
Is it difficult terrain?
It is.
Okay.
You will be able to get to like 5 feet away from the slurk with one action.
Okay. That is where I am.
Feeling something suddenly moving it inside of its mouth, the slurk just lets go, sort of spitting you out with another roughly gallon of slime that just pools around you, before turning towards the one who hurt it quite badly as it lunges out, biting towards Wave.
Oh, that's me.
It is you. Welcome, you've won.
It's all for you.
17 AC.
As it bites into you for 11 damage,
Ah!
and then just attempts to gnaw, continuing to chew at you.
No.
Nom, 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 nom.
And a third. However, it is unable to get another good bite after the first fang tears at you. Your turns.
Kill it before it does whatever it just did to fives again.
Yep. It hasn't moved, right? So I'm just gonna.
Correct.
Are we flanking now?
Yes, with Gerrit's movement.
Okay. I'm gonna just start punching it then.
Well on it.
There's my 4 attacks.
Those will not be able to get
That's in the
through its
wrong
thick,
direction.
rubbery skin. 2 of them missing by precisely 1.
Why did I roll get higher as I?
I have a question. Does your 4th attack suffer another -5 penalty than what's shown there?
Nope.
No.
Attack 3 is like the capped penalty, even if you have a way to make 10 attacks in a turn.
Okay.
Cool. I'm also gonna wail on this thing.
Take your swings.
Wail? Oh lord.
Whale, whale, whale.
Not on that one.
Well,
Not on that
nope.
one.
Nope, we're not looking too hot.
Unable to
Okay.
claw through its slimy rubber.
Guys,
I'm spell striking my first casting of an actual spell. It's gonna be color spray.
Color spray.
I inject a very phantasmal kind of glittery swirling color effect into the Roka sword, and I go and make a swing at it with my movement and general will of things.
Take
Adding the
that
bonus.
swing.
Yeet.
Hit for 7 damage and a dazzling display. How does this look? What does it look like?
I think just like, oh, that's a good question. Effective use. Okay, so just it seems to be mesmerized by the swirling like colorful metal just shimmering in front of it, and it just grips it as the sword like cuts into it, and it just can't seem to leave that fixture.
Mm-hmm. It will make a will save.
Oh,
And
yeet.
crit fail as it
Yay.
is
Nice.
stunned and blinded.
For a minute. Oh.
It's
No,
stunned
stunned
for
for
a round,
one.
blinded for a minute. As this
Sheesh.
badly injured slurk goes from a number of angry sounding croaks to just a sort of dull brah.
Yes.
Bruh.
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 It just
Bruh.
brought me.
Bruh.
No.
Bruh.
That was my turn.
All right, 5s. You are alive.
I've done everything I can for you, buddy. Get this hit.
Alright, here we go.
What is okay? So what does
Oh
being
my
stunned and
God.
blinded do?
Wait, that was
Wait,
an
it
attack
matter?
number
I
3.
will tell you, it does not do enough since we're running late. I'm not actually going to look up the full details. I know it is not enough to make those into hits.
So his first one was an attack too, so it's actually a 15 plus flanking.
Wait, what?
It was an attack 3. He rolled a 10.
I missed the first one. Damn, it just rolled off screen.
Oh.
Rip.
Gotcha.
Oh, he
No.
just
Also
sped through
Just
those. That was
fives.
literally just like
Just
5s.
bashing against it
Oh,
unsuccessfully.
Just your weapon, just it's immune to it. That's gotta be what it
Oh,
is.
no.
It is the
No,
Slurk's
no.
turn.
bruh.
Your turns.
I mean, we
I-
gotta get it.
I punch it repeatedly.
Killing.
Oh my god.
Y'all are supposed to have more than like 3 numbers on these die, you know.
Oh,
Hey,
16
that
plus
third one
2?
hits.
Yeah, for 8.
8.
Wait, that's
and
probably
then
more than 8 actually.
plus 2 damage on that because that's your third attack.
Yes.
But that is for
Nice.
10, which is enough to bring it down.
There we
Oh,
As
go.
the
Yay!
slurk dies.
I
That
bite
extra
it
2
into
damage
my
being what made the difference.
Like
Dark
after
side.
seeing the slurk die, Fives just leans his head back in a pool of slime and it's like, I need a shower.
Yeah.
Okay, so blinded,
Or
you can't
bath,
see.
whatever.
All normal terrain is difficult terrain. You can't detect anything with vision. You automatically critically fail perception checks that require you to see. And if your vision is only precise sense, you take a -4 status penalty. You are immune to visual effects. Blinded overrides dazzled.
There you go.
That doesn't do anything in like super combat. Well, you can't see.
Yeah, can't see means everyone is hidden, so you basically have a 50% mischance on all your attacks.
Nice. Okay, that's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
But
We survived.
We ran a little over on time, so we're gonna call session right there, and we will pick up after the battle next time, 2 weeks from now.
We're
Nice.
all
Alright.
alive until I start
Oh,
trying to
God.
heal our friend Fives. Come here, boy.
No.
Something 5s, make a note of this. You are currently wounded 1. If you get the unconscious condition, like if you're knocked out in combat again, before you are healed with like an out of combat medicine check successfully, you immediately just start off at dying 2, not dying 1.
Okay.
You can also add that in that conditions tab again, if you would
Yeah,
like.
well, there's a spot for wounded in the hit points area, so I added that.
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah.
Cool.
Hopefully won't be relevant as your doctor can tend to your wounds, but
It's so it's
You never
literally
know.
only on ones. I have a +5, I think, right?
yeah,
I have a
but
+4
11 of the-
on a
of the
1 and a
numbers on
2,
your
I
D20
guess.
are 1s.
Hey, are we leveling between sessions?
Yes, you will be leveling up. I will be able to help people level up as they need it. You will be level 2 at the start of next session.
Nice.
Alright.
For anything that you gain, you basically just like add it to what you currently have. If you get 6 more hit points, you just increase your current and max hit points by 6.
Cool.
Okay.
Awesome. Good
okay.
session.
Yeah, fun.
All right.
So stunned, by the way, is stunned 1. It just loses 1 action.
Right. Yep.
Fair.
I
All right.
just went and
So,
looked
yeah.
it up.
I knew that. I just forgot. Technically, it could have made 2 blind bites, but it probably doesn't do anything that changes the course of combat. So I'm
Very
fine
true.
just leaving that as was.
Yep.
All right.
Bah.
Peace out, y'all. I'm gonna go hang out and watch some anime or something. I'm gonna send everybody over to somebody. Let's just send it on in to Daraki. Boom. And I'm gonna send the raid. I'm going to end the stream, and my stream looks all janky now because everyone's leaving the call. And that's pretty much gonna be it. Goodbye.